Good afternoon, everyone. It's 5:30, and you're watching live severe weather coverage across Oklahoma as well as Texas here, because we got a really big event that looks to take shape and unfold over the next several hours. So I'll be here and do the best I can to keep you ahead of the storm because there's just a lot going on tonight. Let's just start off. Hey, Lucinda, how are you doing? Hi, Kim. Hey, Ross. How's it going? Hey, Beverly. I'm glad everybody can hear me. So let's zoom out and let's talk about the first of all the tornado watch that's over Oklahoma currently right now. It's around this green shaded area as well as parts of northwest Texas. In this tornado watch, it goes on until 10 o'clock. So in this area, you could be seeing some 2.5 inch diameter hail, and it's a particularly dangerous tornado watch as that in a wind gust of upward to 85 miles an hour. I was looking at the tornado index earlier, and it's literally a 10 out of 10 for a huge chunk of Oklahoma. So this is definitely a big event. Unfortunately, it looks like we could see some strong to violent tornadoes at times. So hopefully it doesn't get that bad, but the cold front is here. It's kind of a weak cold front. And the problem is it is actually kind of slowed down or stalled. And so typically when that happens, that allows more discrete supercells to form out ahead of it for a little bit longer period of time. Because if we look at this storm right here, if we zoom in currently, we've already got a supercell happening right now. This thunderstorm is in effect until 6:30 in and around the Atlas area. That's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And that's the history of these storms. They're going to be forming in southwest Oklahoma and then moving northeast, just kind of racing. So you're going to get almost little to no warning. And I'll try to keep you ahead of the storm as best as possible because these storms are just going to be racing so fast. But right now until 6:15, this area into Atlas, into Friendship, Hedrick, Mountain Park, Cold City, Roslet, into Coopertown, as well as Hobart. Those areas will be under the gun to see some of those 60-mile-per-hour winds and some golf ball size hail. Because if you zoom in here, it actually looks like there's some hail trying to form here with this particular supercell. Because if we take a look at the latest guidance here, man, yeah, this is definitely indication of some golf ball size hail trying to form within that supercell. This looks to be pretty intense, guys. This may not be all of reaching the ground, but that is definitely indication of at least golf ball size hail, if not tennis ball size hail, dropping out of that supercell right now. And this is all lifting off into the northeast, racing across. So it's literally just north of Hedrick right now, and there's Snyder. So in its path is going to be the city of Roosevelt for the next 5 minutes. So it's got some pretty strong, significant hailstones with it currently. As this could be racing 45 miles an hour, lifting off into the northeast. Hey, Sandy. Hey, Sarah. Hi, Carrie. How are you doing? Thanks for watching. I'm Altus. Hey, Robert. Yeah, I'm streaming live on both Facebook and YouTube for the first time. So I've got a lot going on. I know it's going to be an event in Oklahoma first, and then it's going to go down into more or less in Texas, into North Texas. The tornado watch goes on until 10 o'clock tonight for parts of Oklahoma and Northwest Texas. And then all that will be filtering down into the North Texas region as we get into the later on in the evening. Right now, we've got all those supercells forming ahead of the main line of this cold front here. And those are the areas that we have to be concerned about, at least to start, for those storms to not only start to produce some big time hailstones, but also have some rotation with them as well. So currently we do not have a tornado warning currently right now, but we are under that watch. And I came on live at 5:30 because this is when, storm initiation was just going to be starting to develop. And it really doesn't really doesn't get going until about 7. That 7 to 10 o'clock time frame, especially in around Oklahoma City, the latest high resolution models definitely look pretty severe. So that we definitely have to be concerned about large cell supercells, and that's why they have that moderate risk for that severe weather, which is a rare event. And if we get that moderate risk for that Tuesday event in Kansas, that'll be back to back and two moderate risk in October. We have not actually seen that since 2007. So that tells you how rare this is in October. We could be looking at a kind of a 14-year event, something we haven't seen in 14 years. Hey, Michelle, how are you doing? So yeah, right now we've just got that one. We have that one supercell over the Altus area that we have to be concerned about. Right now, it's currently showing some golf ball size hail with it as it's racing across at 45 miles an hour, lifting off into the northeast. But you can definitely see all these are trying to elongate here. Let me put the movement on so you can actually see the movement and where these are going. So you can see the movement over the last hour or so. These are all lifting. These are all developing right here at that triple point, right here at this couplet. And these will all lift northeast. And these will kind of back build overnight. So that's the thinking as these start to generate right around that triple point sector here. As these form and as they continue to lift off to the northeast, they will back build and filter down into West Texas and move across North Texas into East Texas as we get into the midnight hour. So this is a long duration event. I plan on being on for as long as it takes, probably until after midnight. So I'm locked and loaded, ready for a long night. And I'll do my best to keep track of this because at times it could probably get pretty crazy with a lot of tornado warnings happening at the same time. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Susan. I was in a tornado in Kansas in October a long time ago, so I know it can happen. Hello, Crystal. Hi. Thanks for watching from Houston. I'm very envious of your photographic memory of POW. Yeah, I luckily I do have a photographic memory, so that's what helps me remember. I'm a big stats guy. A lot of you probably remember, hear me talk about a lot of stats. I like that kind of stuff. I mean, this is. I mean, I've been following the weather for 30 years, and I love the history of the weather and these events that kind of pop up and these kind of rare events and how they match up. I mean, even in North Texas, I mean, we haven't. Hopefully it doesn't get that bad, but we had a pretty big event, October 20th, 2019. We had 10 tornadoes that night in North Texas, and they we're trying to recover that for 8 months. So definitely, hopefully it doesn't get that bad, but it definitely looks like it could turn pretty bad in Oklahoma with these parameters just so high, and that is definitely the concern tonight with this system coming in. And we are hot. Hey Tommy, how's it going? I mean, it was well in the 90s all day yesterday in Texas, if not almost some in the triple digits in Oklahoma. So there's plenty of fuel. I mean, when you get record high temperatures like that, and then you have a powerful jet with cold air aloft, you saw all the colder air coming in off the West Coast, and all that's going to tap in and clash with that energy. And that's unfortunately setting the stage for that severe weather. And with this little weak cold front, oh, there we go. I think we got our first, let me stop it here because I think we got our first tornado warning here. Yep, here we go. All right, so this is our first tornado warning. Let me zoom in. So this is our first tornado warning of the night issued at 5:39. So this radar literally updates every 8 seconds. So this is real-time activity. It's moving northeast at 32 miles an hour. Locations in its path where they had that golf ball size hail earlier, it's moving in close to the Roslett area into Cold Springs as well as Cooperton. And it's moving northeast at 32 miles an hour. So between now and 6:30. So for the next 51 minutes, we got to be dealing with some rotation that's indicated in our radar. They don't have one technically touching the ground currently right now, but it's indicated on radar that this thing's kind of the rotation of the atmosphere is spinning. So we have to be concerned about this supercell as this continues to lift off to the northeast at 32 miles an hour, and you can see the path of where this storm will be at a given time frame over the next in the forecasted period between now and 6:30 when this tornado warning actually expires. So it's that same area that had the severe thunderstorm warning attached to it. Now it's upgraded to a tornado warning, our first of the day. So that is going to be the concern, and it's probably we're going to have numerous of these forming as these continue to lift northeast. So you're fairly clear in Oklahoma City right now, but I fully expect by the time we get into that 7, probably 8 o'clock time frame, all these cells right here will be knocking on the door, because right here it's projected to be here at 6:30 as this expires. So if we do the math, we continue on about between 8 and 10 o'clock is when you're talking about prime time activity for the Oklahoma City area. So you've got time to get your errands done and do things currently to get prepared for this storm that's coming, and be hunkered down in your safe location, be safely at home over the next couple hours. So you still got about 2 hours to get everything done. But after that, I highly advise by 8 o'clock to be at home and be in your safeguard and listen to all the watches and warnings and get in your safe place when things get active, because I'm fully expecting them to. Hey, Kara, how are you doing? Hey, what should we expect here in Quinlan? Yeah, it'll be a while for Quinlan, Kara. It's going to be probably until like midnight. So it's nothing's going to happen for you until at least probably midnight, but we're going to have probably a squall line that forms after all this is done. But nothing to be concerned about currently. But I'll be on here till midnight, well past it probably. Hey, Jacqueline, how are you doing? Yeah, so McKinney, that's North Texas. So all this doesn't really start in North Texas until say 10 o'clock. Right now, I'm coming on live for the Oklahoma event that's breaking out currently. So yes, I'm expecting a couple of tornadoes within North Texas is possible. We could have some large hail, some damaging winds with that squall line that's expected to form after this back builds. But it should be close to McKinney. I would say about 11 o'clock. That's just a guesstimate right now, but that's another 6 hours away. So nothing to be concerned about right now for the McKinney area. What about Missouri? Yeah, currently everything's in Oklahoma, and this is all moving east. So currently, right now, this is going to be an Oklahoma event, and getting into North Texas later on tonight, and then it will push eastward. And then tomorrow, everything lifts northeast, head into Illinois and Michigan area. So as this same system as these storms are lifting northeast right now at 45 miles an hour, this will continue moving on, and this will be over the Illinois area into Wisconsin and the Michigan area for tomorrow with these strong to severe thunderstorms. Hey, Shannon. Oh, cool. Excellent. Live your dreams. Go be a meteorologist. Hey, Sherry. Hey, thanks for jumping on. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, when does it hit Allen and McKinney area tonight? It's probably, between 10 and midnight time frame for the Allen and McKinney area. So it'll still be a ways. Do you think Central Texas and the Temple and Waco area will get hit with anything? Marble, yes, I do feel so. You're going to be, I think you're into the marginal risk once you get into the Waco area as these storms back build. But again, it'll be a while for you, but probably around 10, 11, 12 o'clock time frame, you should start seeing some stronger storms. They probably won't be nearly as not nearly as severe by the time it gets all the way down into Waco. I mean, essentially all the instabilities in Oklahoma, and then the further south you go, it gets less and less. So you get into North Texas, there is a small pocket, in and around the Sherman area, in and around Montague County, getting into Salina, Sanger, Denton, McKinney. Those areas could see a greater possibility of maybe seeing a tornado or two, some large hail. Once you get further south into the Metroplex, the tornado threat starts to die down, the hail threat starts to kind of lessen, and then the further south you go from there into Waco, it's the same thing. Then you're looking at maybe some nickel size hail, some marginal size hail, some gusty winds, stuff like that. So these storms, the further south you live, get less and less. But the main activity is going to be in Oklahoma, and that's where it's at right now. And we've got a new thunderstorm warning that just got issued. Let me pull it up here. So this is a brand new one. That one actually goes until, yeah, they're actually forming on top of each other. So this is a brand new one that formed actually right where the old one was. Started at 5:46, goes until 6:15 for the next 30 minutes. This particular storm is moving northeast at 31 miles an hour. It's essentially going to be over a lot of the same areas that just got hit with this storm, into the Altus area, the Hedrick. There's Tipton. These are moving northeast. So it's going to be in Altus at 5:50. The Hedrick area at 6:11 time frame. So 5:50 is in 2 minutes into the Altus area, and then Hedrick at 6:11 as these storms race across at 31 miles an hour. So you can see things are starting to get active here as these supercells start to get really cranking, and I think that's what's going to be the case as these kind of back build. These are going to be back building all down south all throughout the night. So you're probably going to see that a vicious cycle of these storms developing the further south until that you get out in here in West Texas, and then it moves across. We got to get this cold front to move. That's what's going to push everything out. So the longer this cold front, this little weak cold front stays stationary, the worse things get, essentially, because there's nothing to push the storms out of there. You're still in the warm sector. You'd still be in the discrete supercell sector. So that continues to keep the storms alive and well for an extended period of time. So the main push, what's going to push these storms out of here, is this little weak cold front, but it's got to be on the move. And that's going to be able to form that squall line that we're anticipating as we get deeper into the later out into the evening hours, that will finally clear out. And once that squall line forms and moves through your area, that is your that's the recipe of clearing on the backside. That it's going to be smooth sailing, and you can all go to bed and rest easy at that point. Hey Beef, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for watching. Hey Ted, thanks for tuning in. Line is now developed all the way down to San Angelo area. Yeah, I've got the Oklahoma radar, so I can switch. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely back building now. So it's all the way. I had the Oklahoma radar on. I switched to the Wichita Falls. So yeah, it's already starting to develop near in and around the Abilene area. So these are already starting to back build as these push south. You see that? So this squall line is already kind of starting to form way out in Abilene. So these are the storms that are going to be racing across into the overnight hours. I won't be surprised if Collin County or the Metroplex gets under tornado watch for tonight. Yeah, I mean, I am expecting it. There's probably going to be a tornado watch issued for Collin County with those tornado parameters that were listed earlier, for sure. Yeah, currently they have the one going on in Oklahoma, and they're just waiting for all these storms to come together. But it is definitely all coming together now. Things are starting to break out all the way down into Abilene. They're not severe, but they're definitely there, and you can see the movement on it. They put these into motion. So you got that main line lifted northeast, and this lower line lifts more east northeast. Hey, meanwhile, bright and sunny and 75 in San Diego. Yes, it is fabulous in San Diego right now. Yeah, going from 91 to 54. Oh yeah, yeah, at Amarillo. Look at that. Yeah, that was well, I mean, we saw that cold air building out west all week, and it's finally on the move. But yeah, that's where it's really going to stop though, because things get cranking. This is just a weak cold front, so that's why we dry out tomorrow for much of Oklahoma and much of Texas, as this same system lifts well to the northeast, and we're caught in the middle. So it's going to be a fabulous day tomorrow in Oklahoma and Texas, but then they're waiting for that second storm to arrive out in the Four Corners regions. And that one has an enhanced risk for Kansas and West Texas on Tuesday, which will probably push into Oklahoma City and again North Texas by that, maybe Tuesday night into Wednesday timeframe. So this is definitely just the first round of what may be to come before all this is done. Yeah, and then we got Pamela down here. It's not showing it. I'm not, but there's a hurricane. There's a tropical storm now. Will be a Hurricane Pamela that's supposed to hit the mountains of Mexico, and then that's going to spread a lot of heavy rain after that severe threat on Wednesday, going into Thursday timeframe into Central Texas and North Texas. So that's going to be a flooding heavy rainmaker for that area. Somebody's asking about Ada. Hey, Montana, how are you doing? Yeah, it's still going to be a while. You're technically not in the tornado watch currently right now. You're just right on the edge of it. But as these storms move to the east, into the overnight hours, probably into that midnight, 1 o'clock time frame, it's probably going to be close to you by then. So you still have a ways before they're impacted, because you're kind of in the same alignment as the Dallas Metroplex. And it's supposed to hit Dallas around, 10, 11, 12 o'clock time frame around then. So you still got about 4 or 5 hours at least. Will the other storms this week be as severe in Fort Worth? I mean, I would imagine so. I mean, things are coming together. They already have an enhanced risk out in Kansas for on Tuesday, and that will just continue to move further east on Wednesday. So it's kind of too far out to see that right now, but it definitely has a lot of the same characteristics that this first storm has, with that just powerful jet. We're not really going to cool off much. We're going to cool off somewhat. We're not going to be in the 90s, at least in the 80s, but still we'll have a lot of the same ingredients that we're going to have with this storm. That's why there are two back-to-back systems. Hey, Randy. Hey, great job of keeping us informed on the weather. Concerned about the high wind warning in Southern California deserts tomorrow, 70-mile-per-hour gusts forecasted. Yeah, so that's what I've been talking about on my videos, about all these extreme winds coming in with this monster storm I've been talking about for several days. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, there's a huge area from California to Arizona to New Mexico to Texas to Kansas. I mean, there's a huge swath of 70, probably 80-mile-per-hour gusts. So traveling an I-20, traveling an I-30 is going to be a complete nightmare for, like, 18 wheelers or anybody that has a higher terrain vehicle, and just get blown off the road. It's going to be kind of difficult to drive in those conditions. So it's just going to be very, very windy until we can get these that jet stream to lift out. But the isobars are so tight, so that's definitely indicative of some very high winds in that area. And that's why they got the high wind watch, and it's probably going to be there for several days to come. Hey, Javier. Hey, thanks for watching from New Braunfels. I appreciate you. Hey, hello, sunshine from the four corners of Mexico. Cool. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. All right. So, yeah, so we still got, it's almost 6. So we've been live for 30 minutes now. And we've had 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out, and we've had 1 tornado warning kind of over the same areas. And that tornado warning still is issued. There's not a tornado currently. It's just radar indicative, but it's moving east at 39 miles an hour. And if you look, I mean, it's almost trying to develop that hook. I mean, that's not what you want to see, because you got great inflow with this system, and that's the beginnings. That's probably why they have that severe that tornado warning there, with that hook trying to take shape here. So we definitely have to be looking out of this particular system as the base velocity here. You see this little the green area within circled around the red. That's definitely showing some rotation here. So that's why they have that tornado warning on this cell. So we got to watch this cell, if this is able to kind of lower to the ground, because this could be our first tornado of the day. As this continues racing off into the east at 39 miles an hour. So these things that's going to be in the history of unfortunately, these events. I mean, these are all going to be moving probably at that fast. Put a time tracker on this. There's the Apache. Sorry, I'm probably not going to pronounce all these names 100% correctly. So I definitely apologize on that. But yeah, I'll put the storm tracker on there, and that gives you an idea of where it's going to be at around 6:56 as these things race across at 39 miles an hour. Okay, see it closed now. It's not as noticeable as it was earlier, for sure. So that's a good sign. It's definitely not as noticeable as it was earlier. But we still got that larger hail to contend with. There's that pockets of golf ball size hail in around the Roosevelt area. So anywhere you see the black, that's indicative of some of that larger hail. And obviously, if you see the white, that is the largest hail. And that's probably where they're seeing that golf ball size hail or greater in this little small corridor here. This is outside of the path of this system on the north side of it. Well, there's 2 wind directions, Elad. I mean, that's why there's rotation in the atmosphere. This jet is coming across from the west, and then you have a south wind, and they're rotating. So these storms are moving at different directions, and so that's why we're having the tornado threat within this area, because you're going to have rotation in the atmosphere. But yes, for the most part, all these storms are moving from west to east, primarily northeast, and they're moving fast. This one's moving at 39 miles an hour, and some are moving at 46 miles an hour to the northeast. Hey, Peyton. Yeah, so I mean, Texas is good for now. It just hasn't started yet in Texas. Everything happens later on tonight in Texas. We're already seeing that line break out by Abilene and by the Haskell area. So this is the south side of the system, and this is the one that's going to also turn severe later on tonight as these continue moving off to the northeast. So they're way out in Abilene, but these will all move east, uh, head towards the North Texas area as we get into that 10, 11, 12 o'clock time frame. So it's still going to be a while. Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center had their upgrade this morning when they included that hashed risk for a good chunk of Oklahoma as well as North Texas. And the threat does get in. I know people are asking me about Missouri. It does get into parts of Missouri well to the north. Yeah, it looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning up here too as well. That's moving at northeast at 30. Gosh, 58 miles an hour. That thing's flying. I don't have the radar on that one, but yeah, these are all racing to the northeast. Yeah, Tuesday's the day you gotta. Hey, Donna. Yeah, so Waco, you're well to the south. So I mean, you're still going to be under that slight risk. Here's the Waco area. You're kind of going to get grazed from these systems later on tonight. So you could see some rain, some stronger wind gust. But you're under that marginal risk for severe weather. It's probably going to hit your area around 11 or midnight. That's the kind of the best guesstimate now. But I'm not really expecting too much of a severe threat for your area as these really start to wane further south. Hey, David. Hey, thanks for watching, buddy. Yeah, it'll be in Fort Worth before you know it. I'm guesstimating around close to that 10 o'clock time frame, which would probably be a pretty good guess for Fort Worth. Right now it's 6, so you're talking 4 hours away. I mean, right now it's in Abilene, and that's a pretty good haul from Fort Worth. So, and these things are racing at a pretty good clip. But definitely expect things to start going downhill in your area about 10. And with this line, it's probably only going to last about 45 minutes or so. They just confirmed the tornado. Oh, there we go. Yes, it's observed. All right. So yes, we do. Within that little couplet there, we do have that tornado that's on the ground. Yeah, right here. You can definitely see it. Yeah, where all that green is and the red around it, that is the tornado that's currently on the ground right now as these are racing across northeast. Cooperton, is that a new tornado warning? Let me zoom out. Yeah, so this is the area of concern just southeast of Roosevelt. This is lifting and heading to Fort Cobb by a 6:53 time frame as this continues to lift off to the northeast. Cooperton is under a tornado warning until 6:30 for another 25 minutes. Hey, Scott, it was extremely windy in Colorado yesterday. Yeah, so there's Alpache, there's Carnage, and I I know I'm gonna Ananda Darko, Anana Darko. I know I'm probably not going to pronounce every single city correctly. I think I've got Texas down, but I'm not sure about Oklahoma. I've been to a lot of cities in Oklahoma, but I haven't been to every single one of them. But yes, this is racing off into the northeast at 30, 35, 39 miles an hour. So this is the area of concern where they observe the tornado on the ground currently as this continues to lift off into the northeast. 4 miles south of Cooperton. And I don't have Cooperton on my map. Sorry. I see it here, but it's got to be close to. That's probably Cooperton right here. It's just not showing up on the map. Hey, Viral Clips. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, so let me zoom out. This is the area of concern, so you can see a broader view. This is where they observed the tornado. It's essentially 4 miles south of Cooperton currently right now, moving northeast at 39 miles an hour. But you can see the direction of all these are going. These are all lifting towards the Oklahoma City area. Oh my gosh, he posted like 20 times. 30 times. Wow. Yeah, it's a big night in Oklahoma, David. What do you call it when it rains? Chicken and ducks? Fall weather? I like it. I like it. Thanks for lightening the mood here. But yeah, we still have that indication of that tornado on the ground in and around the Cooperton area, 4 miles south of Cooperton. Large hail, large apple-sized hail with this particular storm, as well as an observed tornado that storm spotters have seen that saw that it has touched the ground. And that goes on until 6:30 for the next 30 minutes. All right, so let me zoom back out. But yeah, you can see this line really starting to come together now. So things are starting to get more active as they're expected to, and I expect more of these to pop up in the coming hours for sure, especially as we get towards the Oklahoma City area. Unfortunately, this is when it's supposed to get really active. So I'm watching these storms down to the south. They don't look severe. They're not severe. There are some indications south of Seymour here that we're starting to get some bigger size hail trying to form. So we'll see if this is able to turn severe with this kind of black showing up north of Haskell, south of Monday by the Throckmorton area. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely moving directly towards Oklahoma City. I mean, the high resolution models that I've seen had it about 7-8 o'clock of just lights out over Oklahoma City. I'm definitely concerned about the Oklahoma City area tonight because all this looks like it's really all the ingredients is really looking like it's coming together to be a possible big event. Yes, I'll be live all night long, David. Yeah, this is just the Oklahoma stuff right now. So if you want to come back after 9 or 10 o'clock when it gets closer to Fort Worth, I'll be on. I'm hunkered down. I plan on being on all night, well past midnight. So, hey, Jack Henry, how's it going? Hey, what about Collin County? Yeah, Collin County doesn't start until 10, 11, 12 o'clock time frame. So It's way out in Abilene. So yes, I'm expecting it to come through Collin County by the time we get into that 11 o'clock time frame. I would say Collin County is right here, so it's still got a ways away. Everything's in Oklahoma currently. Yeah, someone was asking about the echo tops. So here they are currently right now. And there's the bullseye over the Hobart area into Carnage. So nothing terribly too severe currently right now, but we'll be watching these. Hey, gonna be a late night here in McKinney, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't expect it to be in McKinney till about 11 o'clock. That is my guesstimate. Yeah, I mean DFW. Yes, basically the DFW Metroplex. It is mainly a wind threat. There's that small pocket into our northern counties, essentially north of Highway 380, where you could see some stronger possibilities of a tornado, and that's where they have that enhanced risk. But yeah, currently the DFW Metroplex, Fort Worth down south, it's mainly a wind threat, but we have to watch for an isolated tornado threat for Sherman, Grayson County, Denton County, Collin County. These northern areas are closer to the Red River as these things build. Yeah, closer in Fort Worth, less likely. Closer in the Dallas Metroplex and the Dallas point southward, less likely. Still severe, but it's mainly a wind threat with the squall line coming through. So we'll just have to watch it all play out. Oh, they got the tornado watch. Let me see. Refresh. All right, so that tornado warning still goes on until 6:30. And there's that new cell. That's a new tornado. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning right here at 6:05. Okay, so it's coming in right now. So they just issued that tornado watch for points southward. Okay, so let me get to this tornado. Let me get to this severe thunderstorm warning currently. This has some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Gosh, there's another tornado warning. Okay, so this severe thunderstorm warning is in and around the Florence area, into Burns, Clements, Cottonwood Falls, as well as Matfield Green. These areas are under the gun to have those 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail between now and 7 o'clock. And man, look at these 53 miles an hour. These things are just racing across. And then we've got a new tornado warning that was just issued as well. So we've got a new tornado warning that was literally just, that's at 5:39. Yeah, at 6:14. This is a brand new one. So as this same cell continues to move off to the east and northeast, this tornado warning has been extended until 7 o'clock. And these are racing off at 45 miles an hour. So it's going to be in around the Fort Cobb area closer to that 6:44 time frame. And so the next 30 minutes with this potential tornado that's unfolding currently, moving at 45 miles an hour, going to be expected to be in the Vernon area at 7:05. So definitely be on the lookout for that as these continue to race across to the northeast. So currently we've got 2 tornado warnings currently right now, and we have that new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued 5 minutes ago. All right, so there it is. There's the new one. They just issued a tornado watch for the Dallas Metroplex. You can see the huge area. Wow, this is a pretty significant watch. This is also, it's not a particularly dangerous situation, but it has maximum hail up to 3-inch in diameter, 3-inch diameter maximum hail. A couple strong tornadoes are possible within this sector. It includes the Ada area. This is the brand new watch here. Sherman. So between now and 2 o'clock in the morning, so they literally just got issued. So between now and 2 o'clock in the morning, that's the time frame we've been talking about, that 10 to 12 o'clock time, 2 o'clock time frame. This whole area in green, so which encompasses Ada, Sherman, McKinney, into Paris, into Dallas, Granbury, Brownwood, going into Killeen, as well as far south as Waco, Palestine, Gun Barrel City, and portions of Mount Pleasant here. All these areas has a potential to see maximum wind gusts of 80 miles an hour, some maximum size hail up to 3 inches in diameter, and possible a couple of strong tornadoes. That is the official guidance from the National Weather Service from this particular tornado watch currently that just got issued. So yes, these things are rapidly developing, and this thing is definitely unfolding. And then honestly, it's probably a little further south than I thought it would be, and it's more intense than I thought it would be. So things are still rapidly developing and unfolding as we speak. And it's probably because this cold front right here is just not moving, and we got to get this thing to move. The longer this thing kind of sets in place and kind of stalls itself out, the greater possibilities of these isolated supercells to stay discrete for longer periods of time, which puts all these supercells down to the south and just then prime terrain atmosphere of turning severe. The cold front is going to wipe it clean. So if this thing's not moving, that's always a bad sign. It just puts elevates the severe threat just longer than it was supposed to be. But obviously, you can see it's going to be a long night. I mean, they literally just issued the tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's only 6 o'clock. That's another 8 hours away. So yes, it's going to be a long night. Hey, Robin, October severe weather season number 2 in any given year. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is almost prime season for areas of Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. No question, October, a lot of years are active. Once we get in November, we start seeing more cold fronts, and the severe threat kind of pushes further off into the southeast. We still get some severe weather. Depends on how much cold air we're able to get entrenched in that. But typically, the severe threat kind of moves further off into the southeast, where they're less likely to get cold fronts by the time November hits. Yeah. So hey, Peyton. Yeah, this is the new highlighted watch that they literally just issued, and see how far south it goes. It goes well past and almost touches the Round Rock area. That's getting in towards Austin. So yeah, this is definitely a big area from Round Rock to Tyler to Abilene, all the way into includes the entire DFW Metroplex, all the way onto Oklahoma. And then the one on the north side where they've got all the activity right now goes until 10. So when things start dying down in Oklahoma, things start really getting active down further south. Hey, I've used Dallas Dent Company. They are flipping awesome. Cool. Awesome. Yes, Dallas Dent Company is one of my sponsors on Facebook, as well as Prodell Roofing, Brecken Bailey, Premium Dog Food, No Sweat Experts, HVAC, residential and commercial, HVAC, as well as Rodeo Care and Lawn and Landscaping. Definitely a shout out to them and support them if you have a need. Yeah, I mean, it gets close to Austin. It doesn't reach Austin, but yes, it definitely went further south than I thought, for sure. I thought it was possibly going to stop at the Waco area, but they definitely initiated it further south than I was thinking. DFW area. No, it doesn't mean everyone's going to get 80 miles an hour. No, that does not mean that. I appreciate the clarification, Andres. Yeah. So it basically it's up to that's the highest probability. It's just when he sees 3 inches of hail, not the entire metroplex is going to get 3 inches of hail. So this is what the atmosphere is capable of. So somewhere in this given area, within that area, somebody has the potential of seeing 3-inch hail and that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust at times. The majority of you won't see that at all. So yeah, definitely doesn't imply that everybody's going to be able to see that. Hey, Stephanie. Yeah, any concerns for Salina? Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just put us under tornado watch. So Salina is included in that area. These storms are going to be packing a punch of that 60, 70, upwards to 80-mile-per-hour winds at times as these come across. Some larger hail, quarter size up to baseball size at times. So it probably gets active in Salina probably around the 11 o'clock time frame, I would guess. So nothing currently right now, but another 3 or 4 hours, things are going to start going downhill in a big way. Yeah, if we get a squall line form, which it's already kind of setting up to be a squall line, that squall line could have at least 60 miles an hour associated with it, and pockets of 70 and pockets of 80 within that squall line. Yeah, no question. An 80-mile-per-hour straight line wind does just as much damage as an EF0 tornado, right? I mean, all right, so it looks like we had that tornado observed. I think that was the same one earlier. This one expires at 6:30, which they continued it as the same system is moving off into the east northeast at 38 miles an hour. Oh, that's a new cell. That's a new one down by Wichita Falls. That's the first one in Texas, guys. That's the first severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. All right. So yes, areas in and around the Wichita Falls area. Let me zoom in. This is by Highway 44 there. Severe thunderstorm warning initiated at 6:23, goes until 7:15 for these areas, into the Burt Burnett area, into the Electra area, Wichita Falls, into the Iowa Park, as well as the Cashin community out here by the I-44 interstate. These storms are racing across, going to be in Iowa Park at 6:44. So that's another 20 minutes. You can expect to see some of that larger hail, which is right here. That's probably some golf ball size hail forming currently right now, as these things are racing across. Going to be at the Pleasant Valley area at 6:52 and into Dean at 7:16. So that is definitely our first severe thunderstorm that's going to located in Texas as these continue to what they call back build down to the south, as the instability just kind of intensifies as this continues to race off into the east. So if you live in the area, definitely be on the lookout for some of that larger hail that's potentially falling right now, currently. So let's put the probe on it and see where we're at. So yeah, that's definitely upwards to golf ball. I mean, golf ball's an inch and a quarter, inch and 1.75. So there's a small pocket there right around Highway 25 that looks to have some 2 inch hail potentially at times. Probably trying to hit the ground. So that's these are just now developing. But yeah, within this little pocket here, you can see some of that larger hail really starting to get its act together. So essentially, anything that's golf ball size or greater, that's going to be doing some damage to your car. Yeah. So here's it put the loop on it, so you can see these things are racing across to the northeast, and it's growing. Look at that. It's growing at times. Look at that. 3.3. That's probably not hitting the ground, but it's definitely getting bigger in the upper atmosphere currently right now. These things are definitely growing as the cloud tops gets higher. They got the cold air aloft. You get all the instability. You got layers in the atmosphere, and you got the warm sector, and then you got that cold air aloft. And so when that it hits that cold air aloft, you got the towering cloud tops. And as these things try to fall, the updrafts are high. So it's like a dryer. So it just tumbles. So it tries to fall, but the updraft basically outwinds the weight of the hailstone. So it pushes it back up in the atmosphere, and it reaches that cold cloud top, and it forms and gets bigger. And that's why you can see these hailstones look like all kind of weird shape when they finally hit the ground, because it's, more times they bounce up and down in the atmosphere, they kind of melt and they refreeze, melt and refreeze them. So by the time the updraft basically loses, the hailstone's big enough, so it passes through the updraft and it's able to fall to the surface. And this is the dynamic we're watching this take place right now in the atmosphere, as these hailstones are getting bumped up in the atmosphere and getting bigger and bigger. And eventually these will just win out and hit the ground. And that's when they can do damage to areas on the surface. All right, so let's go back to the reflectivity view. So yeah, there's definitely that pocket of hail right there. But yeah, you can see with the latest updates, I mean, it's still back building just down to San Angelo. These are still reforming down to the south. So this is a squall line that's really starting to take shape. And just like with this cell, you got to be concerned about ahead of the squall line of these larger hailstones forming. And that's probably what's going to happen as it continues moving across closer into the metroplex as we get deeper into later in the evening hour. Hey, Deborah, fast. I mean, these things are moving, fast movement. Anywhere from 40 to 55 miles an hour to the east and northeast. Yeah, the majority of the storms are moving east and northeast, and they're at times I've seen them as 40 miles an hour. I've seen them as much as 55 miles an hour. So these things are definitely moving quick, in a big way. All right, so let me update this. But yeah, this severe thunderstorm goes until 7:15. We don't have one. That's got to be that's a new tornado that's observed. That's not the same one. That looks like a new tornado that is observed on the ground here in and around the Fort Cobb area, just north of Apache, heading towards the Anadarko area. And look, I mean, 55 miles an hour. These things are booking. Going to be in the Anadarko area at 649. The Verndon area at 658. Amber at 712, and the Minko area at 714. Tuttle at 720. Mustang at 729. So definitely get in your safe place in those particular cities, as this storm has shown as a tornado potentially on the ground currently right now. And these things are moving at 55 miles an hour. So you're not going to have little to no warning before it's knocking on your doorstep, moving that quick. So you've got 20 minutes to get in your safe zone into those areas and kind of wait out the storm until the storm passes your area. Hey, Nan, I'm a survivor of the 64 tornado at Shepherd Air Force Base. We had 2 hit that night, and EF5 hit the house. Wow. You survived an EF5? That's incredible. That's about as big as it gets. I mean, it usually wipes the slab off the house. Yeah, I appreciate you telling your story. That is definitely crazy. Hey, what's up with DFW? It just hadn't gotten here yet. I mean, everything's that's later on in the evening. So we're still under that tornado watch they just issued. It goes until 2:00 in the morning. So everything's on go for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It just hasn't gotten here yet. And this tornado watch goes until 2:00 in the morning. That's what I was wondering. The same things were going to be a wind event and a low tornado threat. Yes, it's a higher tornado threat in Oklahoma, a higher tornado threat if you live basically north of Highway 380 in and around North Texas to the Red River, and then it lessens and kind of transfers into maybe a high wind threat with this squall line. But again, a 70, 80 mile per hour squall line just does just as much damage as an EF0 tornado. So, hey, Nancy, will it hit Allen? Yes, it will. It probably will hit around 11 o'clock time frame, which is a guesstimate right now as this squall line comes across. So that's another 4.5 hours away. Hey, Denise, how's McKinney looking? Yeah, kind of the same time frame. 11 o'clock time frame, 10, 11, midnight for the McKinney area is a good guesstimate. That's when I expect these storms to be close by. Right now, they're in Abilene, so that's still a ways away. What about Broken Bow? I mean, Broken Bow's in our northeast of the Oklahoma. Yeah, kind of the same thing. You're under that tornado watch, but the storms are still a ways away. You're still going to get hit. I mean, you can see the area, everything in green here. You're under that tornado watch. This one expires at 10. This one expires at 2:00 in the morning. But the Durant area and the Broken Bow would be under tornado watch until 2:00 in the morning. Hey, Jordan. I mean, the tornado index is around, well, I mean, it's got, again, the tornado watch has a possibility of a couple strong tornadoes. That's the official guidance from the National Weather Service. Within this tornado watch, you can see maximum hail size of up to 3 inches. This is what the atmosphere is capable of. You can see wind gust of up to 80 miles an hour at times, possibly within this line. And these are all going to be moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So these things are going to be racing across. So that's why I feel like once it starts in your area, it's not really going to last that long. It could last 30 minutes. It could last 45 minutes, but it's going to be a brutal and nasty 45 minutes. And within those 45 minutes, that's why you could get some of those quick spin ups, some larger hail, and then some of those, 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds at times. It doesn't have to last for a lot long. I mean, a little spin up tornado can hit your house and do a lot of damage in 30 seconds. Um, same with the high wind threat. You get a 80 mile per hour gust that comes through, can blow down your fence, can do a lot of damage within seconds. So it doesn't really like have to last that long. As these storms come through. Hey, 62 in Boston, sunset at 6:13. Fabulous. The severe weather is fast. It's not one of those that does flooding. No, it's definitely not a flood threat. That's not even a question. I mean, you might pick up like a half inch of rain in the DFW Metroplex. That's what I'm expecting with these storms. You're gonna torrential downpour, high winds, some hail to it, possible a tornado or two somewhere within this green area. But as far as like heavy rain amounts, no, definitely not expecting that with this particular system. How big is 3 inches again? Baseball is 2.75. So it's not saying everybody's going to get 3 inches. It's basically implying that the atmosphere is capable of it with anywhere in this green shaded area, which is a huge area, right? So yes, it's more probable you might see some of that nickel size, quarter size, at times some ping pong size. And as you see where you get these little severe thunderstorm warnings, and then where this hail is taking place, that's some golf ball size hail. So yes, there's probably going to be several spots within maybe the metroplex that could pick up some tennis ball size, some baseball size, but that's going to be very isolated. Hey Alan, thanks for watching, buddy. Hey Deborah. At the bottom of the storm, I'm seeing a hook. Which one? Which one are we talking about? Hey, I remember when we had a flooding, severe weather of 70 miles an hour, and it was 6 hours of that. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be like that tonight. Yeah, I mean, the heavy rain threat for the Metroplex is when the cold front finally comes through on Thursday. That's when I'm expecting a more heavier rain threat with the remnants of Pamela coming in, of that hurricane that's going to hit Mexico. That's going to spread all of its moisture into Texas. Tulsa's to the north, right? You got Oklahoma City. You got Guthrie. Yeah, and they extended out earlier. They didn't have Guthrie in the watch, so every update from the Storm Prediction Center has been just expanding the risk with this severe threat. I mean, even tonight they expanded it further south, they expanded it further north. So this is a huge area. This is a lot of real estate that these tornado watches cover. But when it does flooding, it will be severe weather or no? No. So I'm like, if you're living in Dallas, if you're asking about Dallas Fort Worth, I'm expecting this tonight. It's probably going to be a Tuesday night, Wednesday, whenever that second system comes in. And then when the cold front comes through, the severe threat will be non-existent. It'll just be a heavy rain threat, a flood threat. So yes, Thursday into Friday morning, I'm expecting very heavy rain, but none of that will be severe within the Metroplex. It'll just be some heavier rains, soaking rains. And if it continues raining into Thursday night, we could possibly have some, flooding concerns by then within what they call convective banding. So there's going to be training thunderstorms with that stalling front. We're going to have to be concerned about, as you get into Thursday night, but that's a ways away. Um, do you think they will extend these warnings after 2 a.m.? No, I don't expect so. Yeah, I mean, I'm fully expecting um, this squall line to be probably in East Texas. It'll probably be in Tyler by the time we get into 2 o'clock in the morning. So all this will be in probably the Tyler area. And this instability in Oklahoma is lifting northeast. This all goes to Missouri. This all goes into Illinois, into the Milwaukee area, and for Monday. So all this races across to the northeast, and then you're drying out tomorrow. Tomorrow's a beautiful day in Texas and Oklahoma. So all this will be done tonight. You wake up tomorrow, sun will be shining, a very nice day because you'll be in between systems. But no, I'm not expecting this to continue past 2 o'clock in the morning. What unknown error? What's the address of the weather map you're using? This is WSP3. I believe you said that the warnings are in place through 2 a.m. Yes, Jerry. Yes, definitely. 2 o'clock in the morning. This one in Oklahoma goes until 10. This one in Texas goes until 2 o'clock in the morning, which is right here. 2 a.m. And all that really is from west to east. It's in Abilene right now. Once the squall line passes your area, you're done. You're in the backside. So essentially, Abilene is done. We're done for the night in Abilene, right? I mean, this squall line is past Abilene. So once this squall line passes your area, you're done for the night. There's nothing going to happen. So that's usually an indication. And that's why you go from, 6 o'clock right now to 2 o'clock in the morning from Abilene to Tyler. And these things are moving about 39 miles an hour. So yes, I'm expecting it to be in Tyler by the time about 2 o'clock in the morning rolls around, which is well past the Metroplex. Hey, I'll let you know when your individual city is pretty much done and you're safe to go to bed and you got nothing to worry about. Big cell next to I-44 behind Elgin towards Oklahoma City. Yeah, this is that same cell we've been looking at all night. It still has that radar-induced tornado there, moving at 40 miles an hour. This is all heading towards the Oklahoma City area, heading towards the Minco area. Anadarko until 7 at 7 o'clock Anadarko, Vernon 7:13, Amber at 7:32, Tuttle at 7:43. Eventually this will head into Newcastle. Yeah, it's almost 7. So we're starting to get into that area where we're probably going to start really lighting it up here. Especially around the 8 o'clock time frame. I fully expect the 8 o'clock time frame to be pretty wild, especially around the Oklahoma City area. Are you going live when it hits DFW? Yeah, absolutely. I'm staying live the rest of the night. I'm not leaving. Yeah, I plan on being on till 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, when these things hit Tyler, yeah, I mean I plan on being all night long. So we're just getting going here. Oh yeah, so we'll all be here together. We'll watch the storms. We'll watch it. I came on earlier because of the Oklahoma risk, but I was not expecting anything in North Texas until 9, 10 o'clock. The time frame has not changed for probably 3 days. I mean, the time frame's been the same. The intensity has gone up, but the time frame has stayed the same. So yeah, so if you're following me in North Texas and you want to log off and come back on after dinner and watch your favorite show and stuff, yeah, definitely feel free because I'm not expecting anything to happen within the Metroplex over the next several hours. Hey Holly, hey neighbor, how's it going? Thanks for coming on live with me. So yeah, so nothing terribly to be concerned about right now, Holly. So we still got a ways away for McKinney. I'm guesstimating around 11 o'clock. So that's another 3 hours. And it's probably going to last about 45 minutes, if that, maybe. Here's some coffee for me. Yes, I'm definitely probably going to need some coffee after all this is said and done. Hey, what time do I come back? I would say maybe 9 o'clock. I mean, 10 o'clock, 9, 10 o'clock. I mean, if you live in North Texas, yeah, come back around 9 o'clock. It'll be further out, at 9 o'clock, it'll probably be like Mineral Wells area. So, hey pal, love your work. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Hey Kim, Taylor, follow this guy. He's local in McKinney. I appreciate you following, watching, guys. I'm in Dallas. Do you think there will be embedded tornadoes? I mean, again, this tornado watch goes until 2 o'clock, and within this watch, they are calling for a couple tornadoes. So yes, it's less likely the further south you live in the Metroplex. The main impact is Oklahoma. That's where Oklahoma is the main impact. Goes into North Texas, north of Highway 380 to the Red River is another kind of a higher impact area. You get further south in the Metroplex, DFW Airport, Grapevine, Dallas areas. Still a possibility, less likely probability, more of a straight line wind threat. You can see this squall line, coming already taking shape. I mean, this squall line is already taking shape. It's filling further south into Brownwood. This is the nasty squall line that's still going to be packing a 60, 70, upwards to almost 80 miles an hour at times, moving across. But yes, the main threat is wind. That's for sure. It's not tornado. The main threat is wind. The main threat in Oklahoma is they have a very high risk for tornadoes, and they've already seen 2 of them. But it's not the same. It's not the same dynamic in North Texas and further south. Yeah, we canceled a planned trip to Windstar. Hey, that's a good idea. I mean, it's going to be really bad in Oklahoma tonight. There's always tomorrow. You can go tomorrow. Do you think something will happen in Houston? No, I'm not really expecting much to happen in Houston with this particular system. Yeah, I think you posted like 4 or 5 times. Do you do weather for TV stations or just on YouTube? No, I'm not on TV. just on YouTube here and Facebook. Yeah, so I do daily broadcast. I mean, a lot of my YouTube followers are following me right now. Daily broadcast on YouTube for nationwide. I primarily do nationwide coverage for YouTube as well as the Caribbean. And I've had my Facebook account where I've been forecasting for the Dallas-Fort Worth area for years. And so I kind of gravitate towards Dallas. I live in Dallas, forecast for my local community. I mean, obviously, I go outside sometimes, but I try to keep Facebook for more local type stuff and YouTube for more, you know, wide range, nationwide coverage. So you get a broad perspective on what's happening. If you want to get a national overview, you can check out the YouTube channel and get a national overview. Usually do like a 7-day forecast every single day, go over all the different setups, give you plenty advanced warning. I mean, I've been kind of talking about this same system for 4 or 5 days now. All this is coming to fruition. And this will be very active until Thursday. And then things start really settling down once that cold front moves through. And it's going to be a fabulous weekend for a good chunk of the country. We just have a lot of bad weather to deal with between now and then. Hey, I'm in Illinois. How bad are the storms supposed to be tomorrow? Hey, Brad. Yeah, I think Illinois is under that slight risk for severe weather for tomorrow. Let me pull up the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Yeah, the Illinois risk is a slight risk for tomorrow. We're not probably going to see the moderate risk that we're seeing today, but still, yeah, you can see some stronger storms. Some wind. You know, hail threat is also a possibility. Isolated tornado threats not out of the question. The main areas are going to be Chicago, Indianapolis, Milwaukee. You're kind of in those bullseye areas for tomorrow. But yeah, you could see some quarter size hail, some higher wind gusts of 60, 65 miles an hour at times, and some of that quarter size hail at times as well. Hey, Daniel. Hey, I appreciate the donation there. I appreciate it. Go my Okay, so what do we got going on? Oh, that's a new one. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning by Graham. That's a new cell that just popped up. Let me get the parameters on this one. This unfolded about 6:30, 6:52. For this cell right here, that's racing. Look at that, 62 miles an hour. Man, these things are flying. All right, so it's moving northeast at 62 miles an hour. So locations in this path is the Olney area, going to be arriving at 6:14. The wind Thorst area at 7:36. So for locations in this area that's under that severe thunderstorm warning between now and 7:30 for the next 35 minutes are going to be the Olney area, the Newcastle, Jean, into Loving, as well as Graham down here. And these things are moving at 62 miles an hour as some of these storms could be seeing some of that 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that quarter size hail is possible within this supercell. And this is always the leading edge, and this is what you're going to see with this edge as these things race across. This is another one that just formed. This also formed at 6:53. This is also a severe thunderstorm warning that's moving at 49 miles an hour for this cell. Let me get you all the parameters on this one. This one has winds upwards to 70 miles an hour. So this is a little bit higher intensity, but locations in its path between now and 7:45 would be the Cashins community area, the Burke Burnett area, Cookietown up here into Walters, going into Temple, as well as the Randlet area, Empire City. So all these areas will be under the gun into Comanche. I've seen some of that's upwards to 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as some quarter size hail within this cell as this is moving across. As you can see, it definitely has some larger hail to it as in and around the Burnett area, and they're no stranger of seeing some big time storms out there with some massive hail. They've had some big events in that area over the years, and right now they're currently getting some of that bigger hailstones. In fact, this one, it doesn't quite have the record because Hondo, Texas beat it out, but they had a 5-inch hailstone last year in and around the Burnett area. It came through this guy's house. That's the kind of hail that when you have hail that size, I mean, you're talking about going through people's roofs, and that's when it gets really dangerous. Can you imagine sitting in your living room and then all of a sudden you're watching TV and a hailstone falls through the sheetrock and into your living room? That's basically what happened. That's some intense stuff right there. But yeah, so they're seeing some of that golf ball size hail or maybe a little bit higher at times. So that's why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning, which is typically if you have to have a wind of 58 miles an hour or greater, you got to have a hailstone of an inch or greater, or you have to have an observed tornado. So it meets at least one of those criterias of having some of that quarter size hail or greater, and it definitely has some higher winds associated with it. So that's why they went ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for this supercell as this continues to race across at 49 miles an hour, and the one to the south of it's going at 62 miles an hour. So these things are booking it. I use Radar Scope. That's a great one. I've had Radar Scope for years. Of course, there's a free version, but you can get the tier 1 version for $10 a year. It's well worth it to pay $10 for the entire year. But it's a great one to have on your phone, and it shows the hail size, it shows the speed, it shows where all the warnings are. So yeah, it's a great little app to have on your phone. I'm looking at it right now. I've got it up as well as I'm watching these storms come in. So yeah, I would highly advise Radar Scope for weather app. There it is. I put it in the comments below. And I'm not an affiliate or anything. I don't get a kickback off that or anything like that. I just love the app. And I recommend it to everybody. And there's Radar Omega. If you don't like that one, there's Radar Omega. That's also a great one. They have all of them. They all have a free version, but they have a premium version too, that you can see if it's worth the value if you want to pay for it or not. But yeah, those are two weather apps that I have on my phone. And then I have other ones too. I've got My Radar. I've got that one. Of course, I'm a weather nut. I've got all these stuff. I got every weather app you can imagine. So yes, I like to have a little bit of everything. Hey, David. How are you doing? Oh, the Cowboys won. Yeah, I came online and they were I started around 5:30, so I was missing the Cowboy game, but yeah, they won. I was watching let me see the score. I know they should have beat the Bucks that night. They let Brady have the ball. Scores. Ah, the poor Houston Texans. Man, they lost again. Okay, 44 points. All right, so the Dallas Cowboys were averaging 31 points a game until today. Man, that bumped up their average too. They've got to be the highest in the league. They're a real contender this year, for sure. Sorry, we're getting off track here. All right, so let me zoom out and see where we're at here. That's a new tornado warning that just got issued for this area closer to Oklahoma City. That is a new tornado warning for an observed tornado. So it looks like there was another observed tornado that's possibly on the ground between now and 7:45. They went ahead and issued another tornado warning, moving it east at 39 miles an hour in the Chickasaw area, Vernon, the Norge, as well as Blanchard and the Tabler area for this particular cell that has an observed tornado with it as this is racing across. So you can see the cities. You're in the Vernon area at 7:03, so that's in 2 minutes. So you should definitely be in your safe zone by now. The Surreal area at 7:03, Cement 7:05, Amber at 7:10, Chickasaw at 7:15, Blanchard 7:29, the Moore area at 7:43, Norman 7:44, and Hall Park at 7:47. With this cell that's moving east at 39 miles an hour that has tornado observed with it. So that's looks like the third one now that a tornado warning that looks to possible have a possible tornado with it. Now, of course, the National Weather Service will do all the history and storm, over the next couple of days, and we'll get the true count. So right now we're relying on storm spotters out there. We're relying on radar, and of course it's getting into nighttime now. It's nighttime, and so it gets very difficult to see these things, and especially when they're moving at 49 miles an hour. So it becomes really difficult in this atmosphere when it's racing so quick, and some storms can be missed. I mean, you just flat miss them because they're moving at 50 miles an hour, and they spin up and spin down. And so we're relying on storm spotters. I mean, there's a whole slew of storm spotters out there. There's hundreds of them, as this is basically the first big event of the fall season. So there's a lot of people out on this storm. So we should have great coverage, no question, from this particular event, as this has been well advertised, well in advance. And a lot of people have been warned about it, and they've had plenty of time to react on it. And it's the first one of the season, so it's going to be highly sought after, since they have not had a storm to go after, over the last couple of months. But yeah, so we have that new severe thunderstorm warning. Things are starting to really cook up here. We have another one that just now developing in the El Reno area. That goes until 7:45. So yes, these things are getting active here, as we have numerous, which I felt like they were as we get closer into Oklahoma City area. As we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now severe thunderstorm warnings currently along this line. So yeah, things are really starting to develop in a big way. They're really starting to unfold now, and things are probably going to go downhill further as we get deeper into the evening. Yes, California needs rain bad. We had some rain with those troughs moving in, but there's just not much to speak of. Reed Timmer said he's staying out. Hey, Cassie. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate the donation. Thank you for always keeping us informed ahead of the storm. POW Ponder is the most accurate in the business. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, I greatly appreciate the donation. It means a lot. Reed Timmer said he's staying out all night. He said he's staying out there, and Ryan Hall said the same thing. Yeah, it's an active night. I mean, there's no question. I've been on an hour, hour and a half. I mean, I'm fully expecting a big night, and it's already unfolding. So I bet 50 stars it goes around McKinney. Well, this one I would love it to go around McKinney because it's only a rain a half inch. I mean, we can skip the half inch for lesser impact, but no, I don't think it goes around McKinney. My niece is a meteorologist in South Bend, Indiana. Hey, Steven, great job keeping up all night, not long. Hey, Vernon is getting hit by a tornado. Chickasaw, Oklahoma is in its path. Yeah, that was the one we just went over. That's the tornado that's on the ground currently right now, and around those cities until 7:45. I hope these storms move as fast as possible. Well, they are booking it. Hey, Seth, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I mean, they're moving 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. So there's no question they're moving quick. I do not live near these areas, but I am very grateful for all these weather guys and gals coming online to live and help and stay safe. Hey, thanks, Ruth. I appreciate it. No problem. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those nights. It's dangerous. I mean, there's no question. It's a dangerous night. I mean, look, we got some big hail forming right now. Wow, we got some massive hail forming right now. This is up in the atmosphere, but man, this is the biggest hail of the night coming to play. I mean, this is probably easily up to golf ball size, up to golf ball, maybe baseball size hail that's actually hitting the ground. This is up in the atmosphere at 5 inches, but once it hits the ground, it's probably closer to baseball size. But that is some big hail that's coming through now in the Chickasaw area. That's where they also have that tornado warning. So this area, I mean, you're going to get pounded. Your car should be undercover. But yeah, definitely. Even if you're inside your house, I mean, stay away from windows. I mean, this things can be flying projectile. This things can come through your windows. This is some dangerous stuff happening in and around the Chickasaw area, heading towards the Amber area into Vernon. This is definitely the largest hail of the evening that we're watching. This is all moving east at 39, 45 miles an hour, racing across. So yeah, not only are we dealing with that potential tornado on the ground, but we also have that bigger hailstones as well. Go to my Twitter feed. Yeah, tornado watch. See anything new I'm missing. All right, so let me zoom back out. Let me put it back on the reflectivity view. Yeah, so things are really starting to get active along that line here. These are all really turning severe in and around this the leading edge of this line. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado watches. I mean, severe thunderstorm warnings. 8. So that's a new one. At 6:57, that was also issued going at 49 miles an hour towards the El Reno area. So yeah, it's getting harder to keep up with all these. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Super Sticker. Thanks so much. Wind's picking up. Limbs come down. the last 20 minutes here in Fort Worth. The storm hasn't even made it here yet. Is there like a gust front that's forming? See if I can see that gust front. Yeah, David, I'm not seeing a gust front. I'm not seeing a gust front ahead of that. So probably just feeling that powerful jet. I'm thinking we got a new one here. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a brand new one towards the Breckenridge area. So let me get you the parameters on this one. That's a new one that just got issued for the Breckenridge area at 7:03. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning, moving at 66 miles an hour. This is incredible, moving so fast until 8 o'clock. Locations in its path with some 70-mile-per-hour winds, some half-dollar size hail. I'm talking about this particular cell right here in and around the Breckenridge area, the Ivan area into Caddo, right along Highway 180, into Brad, the Pilot Point area, Grayford, and the Mineral Wells, as is Brazos. For this area to see some of those 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's that straight line wind threat, as well as some larger hailstones up to half-dollar size with supercell just booking. I mean, it's going to be in Grayford at 6, at 7:55, and Mineral Wells at 8 o'clock. So that's a long ways away, but it's moving at 66 miles an hour. That's about as fast as you drive in the highway, right? I mean, that's how fast these things are moving. Millsap at 8:04, Cool at 8:05, in those areas at that time frame as this continues to race across. So yeah, this is all coming together, and this is all taking a beeline towards the Metroplex like we anticipated. Hey, lived in Wiley 12 years, Rodney. Yeah, so you dealt with that, the big hail event. What was that? 2012, April 6, 2012, I think was the date of that 5.25-inch hail. Yeah, I was shocked. I wasn't expecting to hear anything for at least another few hours, but yep, thunder and the wind is picking up. Yeah, sorry, 16. Yes, Paul. 2016. I got April the 6th. You know, these dates confused. It was 2016. Yeah, as bad as that event was, Paul, I never thought it would be. It was second all time, and then of course we had back-to-back last year of that Honda storm, and then the Burke Burnett. I mean, they both beat Wiley as far as the hail size. I mean, that was just incredible. I mean, these storms are just getting more intense by the year. The 2019 storm was softball size hail that sat on us in east of Frisco and Allen area. Pilot Point, big tornado came through there. Okay. Yeah, so this line is definitely getting a lot more active, that's for sure. And I think this is a new one as well in the Cisco area. This is a brand new one. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning as well. Further south, this one's bracing at 48 miles an hour. This goes on until 8 o'clock as well. So locations in the path are going to be Cisco at 7:21, Eastland at 7:33, the Ranger area at 7:43, Strawn at 7:58, the Mingus area at 8:03, and Gordon at 8:07, with some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and some of that half-dollar size hail potential. You can see the black. I mean, there's pockets of black, so you can see not everywhere gets the hail, but there are areas that have a little bit more instability that can see some of those larger hailstones. But yeah, this is going to just be a history of these storms racing across as these continue to move closer to the metroplex. Of some of these stronger cells come out, and once they reach that 60-mile-per-hour wind criteria, that's when a tornado warning is going to be issued for that particular area. Ahead of the line. So yes, definitely an active night taking shape. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth, a line of strong thunderstorms is progressing into our western part of the county warning area with damaging winds, gusts up to 70 miles an hour are possible in Stevens County as this continues to race off to the east northeast. Yeah, that was that severe thunderstorm warning issued for Eastland, Erath, Palo Pinto, and Stevens County. Looking at the storm spotter on Twitter, looks like in the Carnage area in Oklahoma, some possible tornado damage just south of as of 32 minutes ago. Yeah, it definitely looked like there was a minimal touchdown there. Get some house damage. So that's our first indication of some possible damage with a tornado from this event. And this is a nighttime thing, so a lot of this is not going to be seen until tomorrow. But this was right before the sun went down 30 minutes ago. Seems pretty gnarly down south though. How's Comanche, Oklahoma family there? What's your thoughts on Crum, Texas? Yeah. This is just it's a squall line that's going to be coming through. You're probably in a little bit higher threat of possibly seeing a small spin up tornado. But all this is going to come through your area over the next couple hours. It'll probably be in the Crum area by about 10 o'clock or so with some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hey, Charis, what's the timing on McKinney? About 11 o'clock. I'm guesstimating about 11 o'clock for McKinney. Same thing with Sherman, William, probably about 11 o'clock. How's the Howe and Sherman area doing? Yeah, I mean, everybody's pretty much going to get impacted. It just has not hit your area yet as this, it's a squall line, right? I mean, this is a squall line that reaches hundreds of miles here that's going to be racing across. So eventually it's going to hit your area. Some's going to get worse than others, but everybody should feel the effects from the system within this tornado watch here from these supercells that come across. I mean, if I expand the view, see how long it goes here. I mean, it's pretty much a solid line from Oklahoma City all the way down to Brownwood. That's a good chunk of real estate, and all this is filling in and moving across east northeast. So it just has not hit your area yet, and it should only last 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so, and move out because the fast moving nature. I showed you these moving 66, 50 miles an hour. These things are moving quick. So it's going to come in with a vengeance and be really nasty for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then it's going to clear out just as quick and be really nice. And that's your go signal that it's done in your it's done in your area, and you can safely go to sleep and not have to worry about anything. All right, so we still got that possible tornado warned now. It looked like it wasn't observed. It may be lifted, but still a warned area within this supercell that has the current tornado warning on it. It's moving at 47 miles an hour till 7:45, just north of Chickasaw here. And all that's heading towards the Moore, Oklahoma area, closer into Oklahoma City. So in Des Moines and Oklahoma City, things are going to be going downhill in a big way over the next hour as these storms rapidly approach. So it's going to be like that 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock window in and around the Oklahoma City that they're going to be really feeling the brunt of this system as these things race across. And at 10 o'clock, that's when the tornado watch actually expires, which I would imagine, I mean, it goes all the way up north into Bartlesville. This is probably going to get extended into the overnight hours. And, I'm expecting all this to race off into Illinois and Milwaukee area anyways. So all this is all going to be extended northeast. Yeah, Fort Worth's getting cloudy. Yeah, it's still a ways away. Here's Fort Worth. It's supposed to be here around 7:45, maybe 8 o'clock. So probably Fort Worth 9:30 is a guesstimate. 9 o'clock, 9:30. Okay. 7:45. Oh, that's another new one. Let me zoom out. The Vernon area. It's Stillwater at 7:18. Yeah, that's another new one as well. That's another new severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, this one's only moving at 29 miles an hour, actually. But that's another new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for the Guthrie area. Remember, Guthrie was just included and upgraded in that watch earlier. They weren't for this whole duration of the event, but now they are, and here they are seeing that severe thunderstorm warning for that particular area. And to Cimarron City at 7:32, the Langston at 8:14, Cole at 8:16. As these storms are racing across. Hey, Maya. I pray I didn't hit Denton. I'm in College Station and it's super damp between 9 and 12. Are we looking at possible tornadoes or hail? Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, I mean, that's all a possibility. I mean, yeah, we're under a tornado watch currently until 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm in Waco, a couple hours at most. Yeah, it's going to be in Waco, midnight or so. That's okay. I-35. Yeah, 10, 11 o'clock, closer to midnight. Maybe not, maybe closer to 10 or 11 in Waco. I mean, you're pretty much the same as Fort Worth. So I would guesstimate about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And it's going to be just the tail end of it. I mean, you can see, I mean, this is all back building, but it's getting weaker and weaker the further south it goes. Why is it happening in October? Because we reached like upper 90s yesterday, and if not up to 100 degrees. We were just so hot. Yeah, you get near record high temperatures in October. That's not a good sign. Hey, Autumn. What time's it hit Melissa area? Probably around 11 o'clock is a good guesstimate. So that's another 3.5 hours away. It should be fairly close to Melissa by then, 11 o'clock. Hey, what time in Aubrey area? That's like by Denton, right? You're probably talking, closer to 10 time frame, 10 o'clock, 10:30. Hey, Dave. Hey, you're welcome. McKinney, Prosper area, fast moving, dark clouds, windy, humidity 62%. Hey, Carmen, Cameron, thank you for the updates. We all appreciate what you do. 55 hours ago. Hey, what time in the Grand Prairie area? You're probably talking, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I mean, it's 7:30 right now, and it's in Brownwood, into the Breckenridge area, into Graham. But yeah, I mean, you can see this. I mean, it's really filled in now. I mean, this is a solid squall line that's formed, and that's why the wind threat was the highest potential, because of the squall line. That's the threat, can be, 60, 70, upwards to 80 miles an hour at the peak at some of these storms as these continue moving across. But yeah, right on the leading edge, we're getting, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings going into Jacksboro now. So this is all going to be a cycle as it continues moving across to the east, as they'll just extend these, severe thunderstorm warnings with this solid line, because this whole line, it looks to be severe the entire way at times. Some areas are going to be higher impact than others, but this entire line looks to be severe, especially the further north you live. You see, as you get further south, you don't have the severe thunderstorm warnings. And then the further north you live, that's where we're seeing, oh, wow, we even got a flood watch. We even have a flood warning with this cell just kind of sitting there over Oklahoma. Yeah, the storms aren't moving. They're moving more northeast. They're not in a squall line like they are in North Texas. So we are expecting a little bit higher rain amounts in the Oklahoma area. But yeah, Chickasaw's got a flood warning happening. It's got a tornado warning happening, and it's got that severe thunderstorm warning happening. So you got a little bit of everything right now, and the just north of Chickasaw there. But that flood warning goes on until 7:30 for this particular cell that's moving across, as it's kind of back building and kind of rotating and training over the same area. Yeah, so we got a flash flood warning, includes the Oklahoma City area, Norman, Oklahoma, Edmond area until 10:30. So the next 30 and next 3 hours, um, this flood warning encompasses this huge area, as everything's really starting to come together now. So if you live in the Piedmont area, the El Reno, Union City, Yukon, Edmond, Luther, Jones, Choctaw, Oklahoma City, into Moore, into the Valley Brook area, into Blanchard, as well as down here by Amber and the Chickasaw area. You're all under the flash flood warning until 10:30. So this is a pretty big area, as these storms are expected to kind of train over one another. So you're going to be dealing with a flood threat for the next 3 hours, a tornado threat, as well as a hail threat, as everything is really coming together in and around the Oklahoma City area. All right, so let me go back to the comments. Yeah, when you comment, can you please list your city? When I get a comment like how likely is the hail with this storm, like I need to know at least what city you live in so I can kind of give you a better guesstimate on what you're particularly expecting for your area. I just don't know where you live. When are we expecting, hail from the storm? Hey, Daniel. Yeah, so I'm McKinney. I'm expecting it to arrive around 11 o'clock. In your area, we could see some larger size hail. A tornado is not out of the question. It's a possibility. And then, but especially straight line winds, that's pretty much almost a given with this squall line that comes through. That's why they have the tornado watch goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. Sulphur Springs is on the edge of the tornado watch. Yes, you could. I mean, it's a possibility you could see some hail in Sulphur Springs. It's not a guarantee, but you're all within that watch. I mean, as we zoom out, you can see the line here. I mean, this is a nasty squall line, and there's going to be pockets of this squall line that's going to form some hail with it, and can form a tornado or two. I mean, this entire line's not going to have a tornado or hail with it, right? There's going to be just isolated pockets within this line. So it gets very difficult to figure out exactly what city is going to get hail or not. But it's all the atmosphere is capable of producing a tornado or hail with it at any time. The straight line winds is more of a certain with 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, because this is a solid line coming through. So that's more of a guarantee that's going to happen. And then a little bit less likely with the larger hail and the tornado. Yeah, absolutely, Amanda. They're less likely. So it was the concern out ahead of it is what we're seeing right now in Oklahoma. That's why we're getting some tornado threat out ahead of it. But you can always get a quick spin up. You can always get a quick spin up along the leading edge of the line. And that's what they were forecasting. Yeah, so you experienced 6 hours of 70 mile an hour winds. Yeah, it's going to be nothing like that tonight. That's probably going to be 70 miles an hour, but it might last 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I mean, just because it's moving so fast. If it wasn't moving so fast, it would stay around a little bit longer. But when it's moving at 45 and 50 miles an hour, it's not going to stay around. The line is not that thick. I mean, look, that doesn't cover that much real estate. So if you drive your car 45 miles an hour, you can travel this distance within 45 minutes, right? So that's why I'm expecting it to maybe last 45 minutes in your area and be done with it. Hey, how's Frisco, Texas doing? Kind of the same thing in Collin County. Just expecting some higher wind gusts with some 60, 70 mile per hour winds, some hail potential, as well as maybe an isolated tornadoes, not out of the question. I mean, right now we're not seeing tornado warnings on south into Texas. We have not seen one as of yet. So, but we are under tornado watch. That's why the National Weather Service has a tornado watch. We're at Windstar. Oh, cool. I got a friend of mine watching me from on my YouTube, and he's in Windstar right now. Yeah, he's in a safe building. He's all safe at Windstar. Hey, what's keeping them so powerful, so strong while crossing most of the country? Just a powerful jet. I mean, it was an incredible jet stream that comes across, and it has a very strong updraft to it. The winds are splitting at two different directions at the 500 millibar and as well as the 850 millibar. So you have winds rotating at different heights, and they're keeping them really strong. And we have a secondary system that's just as strong. Even some areas could be even stronger. So this is only the first round. There's a whole another round that's going to be moving through Kansas on Tuesday. That's really going to be intense. That storm could go moderate for Kansas, and if it does go moderate, then it'll be only the second time. It'll be the first time since 2007 that the storm predictions has issued two moderate risk in October. So that's how rare this is. I mean, to have back-to-back systems like this, to be this intense in October, this is something you would see more likely in, April and May timeframe when we're really hot, and it's typically when you get the big time storms in May. This is happening in October. So yes, you can get big storms, but this is fairly unusual to happen in October like it is, and especially with back-to-back systems that are coming in. Yeah, because right now for Tuesday, they have an enhanced risk for much of Kansas and West Texas, and even Oklahoma City is going to get hit again. Right now, they're under a slight risk, but that's all the way out until Tuesday, and it's going to be probably intensifying as it gets closer again. Hey, Warren. Yeah, 7:30. Dalton. Cardinals won. Cowboys won. Cardinals 5-0. Cowboys 4-1. Hey, I'm in Prosper. Yeah, hey OP, how are you doing? So you're in Prosper. Yeah, Prosper is probably going to get hit hard around 10:30, 11 o'clock time frame. It's probably going to be knocking on your doorstep. You should see some stronger wind gust. So if you live anywhere in Dallas and north of the Metroplex in North Texas, I mean, if you got your flagpoles, you got umbrellas, you got trampolines, you got lawn chairs, patio furniture, pillows, all that stuff. I mean, anything that could be a flying projectile, right? I mean, anything, you need to secure all that now, because if you think it can't sustain a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, it needs to be put away if you don't want to try to find it in your neighbor's yard somewhere. Because you still got another 2 hours to do that and protect it, so you know where all your stuff is in the morning, or tie it down. I mean, yeah, you gotta make, these are basically 60-70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. So you got to think, hey, if I have a 70-mile-per-hour wind hit my backyard, is this lawn chair out in the middle of the backyard going to, be a flying projectile and go through my window? That's how you got to look at it. So all that needs to be secured and put away right now, and anticipating the higher winds that's going to be in the area. And you can just grab it and put it back out tomorrow morning once everything clears. So let's see. Is the risk also pretty high in Sherman? Yes, it is fairly high. You do have a little bit more elevated risk for a tornado in around the Sherman area, because you're north of you're closer to Oklahoma. You're towards the Rev River. The National Weather Service has that hatched risk for your area, seeing possibly a stronger tornado. But right now we're not seeing that, right? So that is the good thing. I mean, the only tornadoes we've seen so far is in Oklahoma. We're seeing the storms develop. We're seeing some of the hail develop, but mainly this is all a wind threat. We haven't had a tornado warning in and around Texas yet. We have not seen that. So yeah, so far so good on the tornado front so far. Hey, thanks, pal. You're the best, brother. Straight line winds and rain completely sideways, lights flickering, but nothing we can't handle for now. Hey, I appreciate the ground report. Greatly appreciate it. Hey, what's the risk in McKinney? You're under that tornado watch. You could see definitely some higher winds of 60, 70 miles an hour. Some heavier rains that last 30 to 45 minutes, and then some large hails is a potential. And you could have a quick spin up of a tornado. That's always a possibility. Hey, I just posted your link on Facebook to so many friends. You're amazing. Hey, Andrew, I appreciate the support. Thanks for sharing. Would I ever be a storm chaser? There's a lot on the market right now. I mean, I did some storm chasing back in my 20s, and that was fun. But I'm 46 years old now. I'm totally fine staying at home, forecasting the storms and talking about it in the comfort of a safe environment. But I'll leave that for the young guys out there that want to chase that stuff still. And there's just, I mean, there's hundreds of storm chasers out there now. It's just crazy. It seems like the thing to do. People want to get into it. I don't really have an interest in that. I'm totally fine with what I'm doing. I like to forecast. I love to forecast the weather. That's my hot button. I've been looking at this stuff for 30 years. That's what I love to do. That's my true enjoyment of the weather. I love to try to figure it all out. I look at it like a puzzle and trying to put together the puzzle, and it's constantly a puzzle piece. And if you're missing a piece, nothing comes together. So it's the idea is to find all the pieces. So that's the incitement that I get and doing the weather is trying to predict it, right? I mean, it's all a prediction. You're trying to forecast the future. So you use your experience, you use the models, you use the history. I lived in Texas all my life. You just use the history of these storms, use all that to kind of put it all together and forecast it. I'm a baby. Yeah, a 46-year-old baby, that's for sure. Hey, Russ. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate the super sticker. Hey, Dave, please keep an eye out for us. If you can text, it really looks bad. Yeah, so we're just watching everything. I had a buddy text me from Salina. So yeah, things. All right, so let's go back. We've got another tornado warning. Looks like that's extended into Norman from this particular cell right here that originated at 7:43. So this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. So let me get the impacts on this one. This has a history of some tennis ball size hail with it within that black shaded area. The locations in its path are gonna be the Norman area, the Blanchard area at 7:51, Norman at 8:09, the Hall Park area at 8:11, and to Pink at 8:33, and to Bethel Acres at 8:41 for this storm that has a history of producing some tennis ball size hail. That is about 2.25 inches. That's some dangerous, damaging hail. And these are all racing across at this particular one is moving at 35 miles an hour east at 35 miles an hour. So between now and the next 45 minutes, those areas will be under the gun of a tornado producing storm with some of that tennis ball size hail in and around those areas over the next 45 minutes. And the Goldsby area is also included in that particular area. And just to the south of that, okay, that literally just expired. The one to the south expired at 7:45. So that was probably the one that extended into Norman. So yeah, these storms are over the Oklahoma City area already. These storms are definitely booking. Yeah, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning as well that was issued 10 minutes ago. That's also moving east at 40 miles an hour, racing across through 815. Location and their path is the Loco area at 815, the Ratliff at City at 832, and the Tantums area at 838. So those areas will be under the gun to seeing some of that stronger winds and some of that larger hail within those impacted areas. So let me go further down to the south. All right, so we're definitely seeing some back building now. So this is new development down in Brownwood. So this is definitely new development way further south into Brownwood. So these storms are still intense as they continue to shift further south and get more intense as they move further east. So now we have that new severe thunderstorm warning in and around the Brownwood area until 8:45, as these things are booking it at 60 miles an hour. So yeah, this I would say this system continues to overperform as far as the expansion and severity. This continues to get further and further pushed to the south, and as these storms are already severe strength into the Brownwood area, and this afternoon this was not even forecasted to reach this far south. So this storm system continues to expand and push further north. It pushes further south. It pushes further east. So it is really encompassing a massive area of severe weather. So this is a large area of real estate can get some of those higher winds and do a lot of damage over a huge area. Some with mainly a straight line wind. I mean, which can do 60, 70, 80 mile per hour, can do a lot of damage to some weak fences and areas. Let's see. Hey, Polly. Hey, Sabrina. ETA around downtown Frisco. Will it get stronger than later it gets? That's kind of what we're seeing, unfortunately. I mean, it's still continuing to intensify as it continues moving off to the east. But yeah, it should be around the Frisco area around 11 o'clock or so. Hey, Beverly. Hey, you're watching from Jamaica. Cool. Thanks for watching. Take a look northeast of Tulsa. Let me switch radars here. All right, so I switched radars. Here's the Tulsa area. You're in northeast of Tulsa. It looks like you're just outside of the tornado watch area. These are all moving northeast. So you can see the expansion as it gets out of Oklahoma City, goes into the Bartlesville area. All this area continues lifting further off into Kansas City, goes into Iowa, eventually goes into Illinois, tomorrow into Milwaukee area, as this continues to race off into the northeast. Got this fly over me. So yeah, I mean, you can see this is a huge swath of real estate that it's covering. Let me switch back to the Dallas-Fort Worth radar. Okay. Yeah, so we're still seeing along that leading edge, we're still seeing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings take shape along that leading edge, which this whole leading edge is going to be packing severe winds of 60 miles per hour. So it looks like this is just going to continue as this continues pushing off further off into the east as we get deeper into the overnight hours. If you're in the Norman and Oklahoma City area, take cover. The sirens are going off at 7:48. Yeah, that's the supercell right here of this tornado warned cell. From this, that goes on till 8:30. That's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So locations in the path from this particular tornado warning currently into Norman, Oklahoma. That's why the sirens are going off between now and 8:09. It's going to be arriving on your doorstep into the Norman area at 8:13 at Hall Park and a peak at 8:41. So definitely take cover and be on the lookout for a potential tornado that's heading your way. It doesn't look like it's observed at the moment, but it is radar indicated that it could have a possible tornado drop at any time. But it definitely has some larger hail associated with it as well. So that's definitely a concern with that particular supercell. Let's see. I heard more Oklahoma got hit. I think they've had over 5 tornadoes already. Yeah, I mean it's I'm not sure that many, but it's possible. I mean it's tough to guesstimate what it all exactly happens until we get daylight. But yeah, definitely, I'm expecting probably a dozen or so of tornadoes, if not more, from this particular event. Over several hour time span. But a lot of these won't get confirmed until several days past the event. So yeah, these are nighttime storms racing so fast. It's hard to depict if this is straight line wind damage or tornado damage. But yeah, I always leave that out to the National Weather Service to fully do their investigations. But yeah, definitely, we got a potential tornado in and around the Norman area currently right now, racing across at 39 miles an hour. At what time are these storms going to start going more weak? I mean, yeah, the severe thunderstorm watch the tornado watch goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. So they're not really expecting to really densify throughout the night. Hey Andrew, do you have to have the airport? What time? I would guesstimate, 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock time frame. Are they going to get stronger? Yeah, I mean that's always a possibility. I mean, we haven't even seen a tornado warning in Texas yet, so hypothetically, if they would get stronger because that's what's forecasted. Um, but yes, we have that tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. We're watching these storms intensifying. I mean, this line there was not even one severe thunderstorm warning when I came on live at 5:30, and now there's like 20 at the same time. So these storms, yes, they are intensifying as they move further off into the east. I think they're using these sirens for all the bad weather. Yes, they changed that. It's not just for tornadoes anymore. It's for high winds. The sirens go off for everything now. It's a little bit confusing for uh, the average person, but yeah, it goes off for large hail. It goes off for higher winds, and it goes off for tornado too. So it gets a little confusing. That's for sure. The guesstimate. Why do you hurt those who love you? What's wrong with guesstimate? Guesstimate, estimate. Yeah, Roy. You're international. That's horrible. So how are we supposed to know when it's actual tornado? I mean, there's no tornado warning currently. We're watching this. This is real time. This is real time updates. So there's currently no tornado warnings in Texas. So these are all severe thunderstorm warnings. So these are all straight line wind damage. The only tornado warning we have anywhere is this one right here in south of Oklahoma City. So I will definitely let you know. I mean, this radar indicate updates every 8 seconds. So you'll get plenty of advance warning if there's a tornado warning that pops up. Hey, McKinney with 2 dogs, need their meds 45 minutes before. Hey, Gina. Yeah, so if you're McKinney, I would give them at 10 o'clock. I would start giving the meds to your dogs at 10 o'clock. So that way by 11, they're ready to go. They're ready for these storms to be knocking on the door. So yes, it's approaching Mineral Wells. It's about 8 o'clock. So yes, my best guesstimate for McKinney. I mean, it could be 10 with these things really racing. I mean, it's really hard to say when these things are moving so fast. That's 49 miles an hour there. So yes, it could be a little bit earlier than what I'm originally thinking because these are just moving so fast. But yeah, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. I already got it issued, extended through Weatherford. So yeah, these things are booking it. Ottawa, Kansas. Let me see. Yeah, so a new severe thunderstorm warning for Weatherford, Mineral Wells, and Azle until 9 o'clock for this particular cell right here. Moving east at 49 miles an hour. You've got Mineral Wells into Grafford, Runaway Bay, Jacksboro's within this area, Alfred, Sunset, Bowie, Montague, Nakona up here, Decatur, Munster, Slidell, and to Azle. So this is a pretty big area, but these are moving at 49 miles an hour. So that expires at 9 o'clock, and then you have Fort Worth. So Fort Worth will be next on the list probably after 9 o'clock as these continue moving off to the east here. But currently, right now, we're not seeing any damaging hail with this line. We're not even seeing that. There's no tornado warnings associated with it so far. So we'll watch. We'll just watch this whole line and see if it if any time it does turn tornadic. Roy, have you talked about to put in the closet bathroom as far as supplies if people need to take cover? Yeah, I mean, you just probably need your flashlight, get your phone. I mean, it should be moving quick. I mean, the good thing is these things are moving pretty quick, so it's not going to be an all night affair. If we need to go into your safe zone, you're going to be under that tornado warning for 30 minutes or 45 minutes at most. So you're not going to have to stay in there for that for that long, for say. But it may not get to that. It's we're not even seeing the tornado warnings. I mean, we're not seeing that here. So this is all just mainly a squall line high wind threat. That's mainly the impacts here. South, into North Texas and into the DFW Metroplex, this whole line, there's not even a tornado warning associated with it. I'm in Ada. What do you think? I should hop into the shelter? You're in Ada. Ada, Purcell. Okay, I can't find Ada. I saw it earlier. There's Ada. Oh yeah, you're further south. Yeah, so you're still a ways away. I mean, this warning goes until 8:15. So you're probably about 9:30 before it's knocking on your door. Into the Ada area. Hey James. Hey, thanks so much, buddy. Yeah, so any hail expected into the colony area? Yeah, so we're under tornado watch. We're under the possibility of some hail. We're under the high wind threat. So anywhere in the green area is all susceptible to seeing all three modes of severe weather. But currently, right now, the main threat is the wind. The main threat is the wind. I could put the hail corridor on here. You can see how much hail is associated with this line. There's not much. There's just pockets of it, right? There's definitely pockets of it, but it's not severe. I mean, there's definitely pockets of it. That's why it's not a guarantee everybody's going to get hail. This is pretty sporadic, but it's not even. I mean, we're not 1 inch subtle at times, very small isolated amounts. And the Grafford area, as you move up to the line, I mean, I'm not seeing any black on radar, so that's why I haven't moved to the hail. I mean, where all the big hail is up here by where the tornado warning is, and up here in Oklahoma. This is where they're supposed to get the bigger storms, and this is definitely what they're seeing. Yeah, that still has a history of producing. That's what they warned the tennis ball size hail for. But nothing into Texas has anywhere close to that. This one by the Mineral Wells area and the Graffords trying to get a little bit larger, but there's not much, right? I mean, it's not even a quarter inch. We're not even getting a quarter inch hail here. So yes, the possibility of hail is there, but it doesn't appear a very high likelihood here. We're not seeing that much of it, and we're not seeing a tornado warning, anything associated with it. So we will definitely keep tabs and see if these things, turn further severe. I'll say it again. Hey, thanks, buddy. You're my biggest fan. I live in Texas now. We all learn by paying attention. Yeah, I mean, I love to teach. Hey, what's the app again? Okay, so there's Radar Omega and Radar Scope are two good ones. Those are more severe weather type stuff. My Radar is another good one. That's a free one. You can pay for their tropical service. I think it's $4.99 a year. That's what I got on my phone. I like that one too. Those are three good ones. Weather Underground is another good one. Weather Underground. I like that one a lot. Weather Underground. It seems to update pretty regularly with the models and stuff. So it kind of gives you a true depiction on some time frames and temps and stuff. But those are four good weather apps that I would recommend. And they all have a free version, and they all have an option if you want to pay for one. Pay for their premium version. But yeah, they're really not that expensive. I mean, the radar scope is $10 a year for the premium. You can get the tier 2, which is 100, which is what I've got, but only because I'm a weather nerd. But you don't really need it hypothetically. Um, you'll be just doing just fine with the one, and it'll suit the average, the average person. But yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it shows all. I mean, it shows all the severe thunderstorm warnings. It shows where the tornadoes are, and it shows the hail sizes. I mean, it gives you a good rundown of everything. And I like it because I'm constantly looking at it on the go wherever I'm at in the car, or I can keep tabs of any storm across the country. Really, weather nerds are amazing. Yes, I just love the weather. Yeah, Hurricane Alicia hit my house at back when I was 8, and what was the one that's $10 a year? Radar scope. Yeah, radar scope. Yeah, so no, I grew up in Houston. I mean, Hurricane Alicia hit my house back when I was 8, and that's really when I kind of fell in love with the weather. I've been really obsessed with it ever since. So, oh, it's not dissipating yet. I might owe you 50 stars. Hey, Lee. How are you doing? You know it's going to rain eventually in McKinney, right? It can't be dry forever. Yeah, you know the saying in Texas: all droughts end in floods, and all floods end in droughts. So we go 46 days with not much rain, and then we get 5 or 6 inches in 4 days. And that's probably what's going to happen. And then we'll be dry for a month. So, uh, hey, I was obsessed since Hurricane Harvey. Yeah, I mean Hurricane Harvey. I mean you got to realize that was the first major hurricane that hit the United States since 2000 in 10 years. Before that, it was 10 years before we had a major hurricane hit the United States, and that was in 2017. And of course, ever since then, it's just been like a chain reaction of storms hitting pretty much every year, if not several a year, major hurricanes. But yeah, we literally went 10 years without a major hurricane hitting the United States before Harvey. Hey, I live in Glen Rose. Yeah, new flood warning up here as storms are continue moving northeast. Barcode. Yeah, this is what they call WSV3. You can Google it and check it out. They've got a trial version you can download. Hey, Gordon, man, you survived the 78 blizzard. That was incredible. That was an intense storm. That was probably the granddaddy of all events right there. That was feet of snow. Yeah, I was. That was definitely an incredible storm. Everything coming together just like that. Shout out from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Yeah, everything's going to be moving east your way eventually in several hours. Don't tempt fate when it comes to a storm. That's true. A severe thunderstorm. Barcode. Yeah, Fort Worth is currently under tornado watch. Yeah, from Oklahoma to Waco is under tornado watch. It's a pretty big area. Yeah, everything in green here. North of Oklahoma City down to Waco. All this is under tornado watch. I'm over in Joplin. Do you think I'll be going to bed to get out of bed at 4 a.m. to take shelter? Joplin, Missouri, heading northeast. Yeah, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning. That's a good guesstimate by then. As things are racing northeast. Yeah, I would imagine when this one expires at possibly 10, this will just get extended from Oklahoma City to the northeast. This will probably be extended in this area and just keep getting extended further northeast. My weather radio just went off here in Weatherford. Severe thunderstorm warning. The lightning is intense. Yeah, so that's that storm in Weatherford that they're talking about, the leading edge of it. Right here, this is what's been warned. It goes on until 9 o'clock for that severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. It's moving at 49 miles an hour. So there's Interstate 20. There's where the storm is, right around Highway 180. That's the leading edge. So Weatherford's just not that far away. Looks like the tornadoes will stop in southwest Oklahoma now for everyone in front of that storm. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I'm not seeing as much activity as I thought. That's for sure. Okay, so all right. So it looks like we've got this particular cell here. It indicates some sort of tornado possible. So it looks like we might have some rotation trying to form. Maybe this is what they're picking up on here, where we're seeing those greens and reds kind of mix. It's pretty subtle, whatever it is. There's not much to that. Let's see, rotation. But yeah, there's definitely some rotation along that leading edge. Some higher rotation at times. So yeah, this is what they're picking up on. Looks like there's some rotation north of Decatur. Looks like about somewhere around here in the Chico area. Some little higher rotation. Yeah, but this whole line has a little bit of rotation with it. Sometimes higher than others. And these can be quick spin ups, guys. I mean, these things are moving at 50 miles an hour. So sometimes these things can get missed a little bit because you're just racing so fast. And they pulse up and pulse down. So yeah, there's a possibility that some of these, tornadoes at nighttime like this, moving at 50 miles an hour, they sped up real quick for a couple minutes, that they can be missed. I mean, they simply just can be missed. And this squall line here. But this whole line is moving quick. I mean, it's moving 45, 55 miles an hour. And these all have high winds to it, no question. And there's definitely parts of it that have a little bit more rotation than others. We're seeing a strong indication of some higher rotation where they indicate that tornado possible. I'm indicating like a 3 out of 10 rotation. It's not significant, but it is definitely a little concerning that this area right here is showing it. So it's essentially this area right here, kind of north of Decatur and around the Chico area. That's where I'm seeing some rotation. I hope you have some lemonade. Tornadoes are also harder to see at night. Yeah, so we have to rely on radar. We have to rely on storm spotters, and these things are just booking at 45, 50 miles an hour. I mean, this just, does higher rotation mean it hasn't hit the ground yet? Yeah, I mean, you could have some. The rotation is higher up in the atmosphere. You could, lower to the ground. These are all things that are evolving, but we're not seeing anything confirmation. So we've got storm spotters out there trying to assess if this has some sort of lowering to it. But out of the entire places in Texas, this is the area that has the highest rotation currently right now. And it's where these greens and reds mix. It's right here. I mean, it's right along the Bridgeport area, heading towards Decatur, maybe just a little bit north of there. All right, so we're watching it. Do you think it will get to Tyler? Yeah, Tyler is at the very end of the tornado watch. Goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I think it gets to Tyler, but it just won't be until about 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be a long ways from now. Is this more like a derecho? Yeah, I mean, derechos have to be at least 240 miles long. I mean, definitely straight line wind, no question. Is it going to reach 240 miles? Is the answer? That's just minimal criteria. With those higher winds, it's a possibility it can get to that. And extends from Oklahoma City to Waco. I mean, is that 240 miles? 200. It might be 200 to Waco. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely has the minimal characteristics of it for sure. With as long as and together it is. Pretty close to 240. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's right on the cusp. How are we looking for Melissa? Hail and tornadoes. Hey Matthew. Yeah, it looks about 9 o'clock for Melissa. There's not much hail with this line currently. Honestly, I was expecting more tornado warnings by now and around the Oklahoma area. I mean, it could still happen, but I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen more, to be honest with you. I was expecting, 5 or 6 at a time, 8 at a time at times. We had two. We had two so far, and it's only 8:30, so it's. I mean, I don't want to talk too soon, but it hasn't. Well, I mean, considering what was forecasted and what the tornado index parameters looked like, I'm not seeing the craziness like I was expecting to see of 6 or 8 tornado warnings at a time. So this is all good stuff. Does it seem to be weakening in the Dallas area? No, I wouldn't say that. I'm not. It's not. It hadn't. It just hadn't arrived yet. Yeah, that's all. That's always a good thing. I mean, we got the warnings. That's for sure. We have the warnings. We're the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're just not seeing the severe tornado warnings like I thought. And like I said, these could be small spin ups. I mean, some of these can be missed. There's no question. We just can't catch them in this environment just because they're moving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. And it's just someone's got to catch it on radar. Someone's got to see it on the ground. They got to type up the warnings, got to issue the warning, and it could be done and gone by then, moving at 50 miles an hour. So it's a possibility. It could still be happening. It's just these things are just booking. It's kind of an unusual event. These things are just moving so fast. It's kind of rare to see storms moving 50, 60, 66 miles an hour. That's fast. That is just extremely fast. The storm will pass in your area at 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. Can you zoom into Collin County? Yeah, I mean, I can certainly zoom in. There's just nothing happening. That's That's fine. Yeah, so here's Collin County. We're under that tornado watch. There's nothing in Denton. There's nothing in Collin County. There's nothing in Van Alstyne. Everything's still well out west, which was expected. It's well past Decatur still. So yeah, timing has not changed for the Metroplex. We always thought by like 10 o'clock west, 2 o'clock east. And this is in Mineral Wells. So the thinking for the last 3 days was like 10 o'clock Fort Worth, noon, midnight over Dallas, McKinney area, 2 o'clock in the morning, Tyler area. That's kind of the guesstimate or kind of estimate time frame. The father didn't talk to the storm to calm down, never be too angry. These are spirits. Highest risk in Oklahoma City. That's for sure. Definitely. Hey, you're welcome, Lynn. I meant to say faster they move, the more damage it will be. Well, no, that's not an indication. It's just you just won't maybe have as much warning as you might have otherwise. A regular storm moves at 15, 20 miles an hour, and these are moving 4 times that. Hey, Lindsay. No, I'm thinking closer to 11 or 12 in Collin County. McKinney, 11 o'clock, maybe 10:30, because these things are moving so fast. Rotation. Okay, so let's see in Mineral Wells. All right, so we got higher indications of some higher. This little notch here. That's some indication of some more intense winds. Maybe he's trying to some sort of spin in the atmosphere. I'm just trying to pick out more in the intense areas that could try to. In this area by Bridgeport is another area that has just more intense rotation with it. So there's 2 areas that we're looking at for possible trying to rotate. South of Weatherford and south of by Runaway Bay here. Hey, it's only 8 o'clock, Carl. So I mean, we got a long ways to go with this event. Tornado watch goes on until 2 o'clock in the morning. So we'll watch all this play out. But yes, I'm a little surprised that it hasn't been a little bit more intense. So all right, so here's another one. So we're getting more confirmation of another tornado that's on the ground uh, in the near Oklahoma City. All right, so we got an observed tornado in this supercell right here, moving at 43 miles an hour. Locations in its path is the Chandler area at 850. This is essentially northeast of Oklahoma City. Then to the Chandler area, Warwick, getting into Davenport at 858. Kendrick at 901, Stroud at 907, Depew at 920, and Shamrock at 921 of a potential tornado that's been observed by storm spotters that could be potentially on the ground currently right now, racing across at 43 miles an hour northeast. And it's going to be in your cities at times. So if you live in those areas, definitely get in your safe zone and kind of wait out the storm until it passes for your particular area between now and 8:45. So it's not going to last long. For the next 20 minutes, it's got that observed tornado that's potentially on the ground currently right now, racing across at 43 miles an hour. And the one to the south of that is set to expire at 8:30. So this looks to be expiring at 8:30, and this is the new one that's developed. Mm. All right, so I'm looking at a storm spotter, big time wind inside the tornado warned circulation of H.E. Bailey Turnpike between Chickasaw and Bridge Creek. That was earlier. That was about 40 minutes ago. I'm just trying to go through my feed here and see if I'm missing anything. Yeah, Possum Kingdom Lake. Yeah, when there's pockets of intense winds, further south, west of the Metroplex, but nothing to be terribly concerned about at the moment. Gonna take a little trip. Thank you. I'm not sure where you would go. Even here, picked up a terrible time. Where is it? Tomorrow I'm moving to Oklahoma, out of the Texas to chase storms up in Oklahoma. Is it going to Fort Worth, Texas? Yes, it will be going to Fort Worth, Texas shortly. It's in Weatherford, and the next city would be Fort Worth. So there's Fort Worth. There's Aledo. This one expires at 9 o'clock, and this would probably just be extended into Fort Worth at that time frame between, say, 9 and 9:30, and then maybe be over downtown Fort Worth by 9:30. That's my best. That's an estimate right now. Thumbs up for Roy. I'm trying, buddy. When will it be in Sherman? I see Sherman. There's the leading edge and Bowie. And at Bowie, it's moving at 53 miles an hour. And that looks to be at 9 o'clock. So we're probably around the 10:30 time frame. And Sherman, 10:30. Oh, you're hearing thunder and McKinney already? Really? I'm definitely not hearing any thunder. It's pretty far away. I'm not sure what thunder you would be hearing because that's a long ways away. In Decatur, that's a pretty good jaunt, 50 miles or so. Nothing but wind yet in Frisco. Hey Shelby, whether your Packers be okay? Yeah, Dave texted me earlier. I hope so. They're safe in Salina currently. We'll be watching them. Yeah, about 10:30, they're gonna have to hunker down because it should be knocking on the doorstep by then. So that's about 2 hours away. Still got a ways away. Hey, True. Yes, I live in McKinney. Maybe garbage can getting blown around. Yeah, I mean, if you have trash tomorrow, I would advise to hold off to put your trash cans out and wait till the morning because they would definitely blow over probably. Hey, Shelly. Hey, you're listening while watching baseball. Cool. Yes, it's so weird. Any updates on the tornado possible west of Denton? Yeah, we've been highlighting that. I mean, we're definitely seeing some sort of subtle rotation. Nothing terribly too concerned. I mean, the rotation's not as strong as it was. Yeah, I'm seeing like ones, twos, and threes at times out by Bowie potentially. But yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any terribly thing to be concerned about right now. But yeah, these things can happen pretty quick though. Hey, a spotter. Where do I see that? A spotter. Wind damage, 70 miles an hour. I'm getting a lot of comments at once. Oh, a spotter reported wind damage in McKinney on radar scope. Mm, 32 miles an hour. I'm trying to find some gust here. Bulletins. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely expecting a lot of wind damage tonight with this storm for sure. We're going to see numerous reports of wind damage. That was always the greatest concern. We got a squall line here. Didn't know you went live. Love your channel so much for the weather information. Hey, Josh. Yeah, you're welcome. I'll probably do this again on Tuesday night too with Kansas. Is Alan okay? Hey, Renee. Yeah, for now, it just hadn't hit Alan yet. I mean, Alan hits at about 10:30, 11 o'clock. So you got another 2 hours. Wind definitely picking up in Prosper. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a windy week, that's for sure. I mean, I'm expecting it to remain pretty windy for the first half of the week until that second system comes through on Wednesday night. And then once the cold front passes on Thursday, when the downdrafts and the clouds become stronger than the updraft, the storm starts to weaken since warm air can no longer rise. Thanks, Carl, Shannon. When are you expecting to hit the Van Sant County? That's east, so it's going to be a while. Midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. It'll be after midnight. Power flickered in Allen. Yeah, let's hope I don't lose power. I mean, like I said, I'm expecting these storms to go right over my house, so I'm hoping I don't lose power during this event. Do you still have Baby Ruth? Yeah, here we go, Dave. We got Baby Ruth right here. This is our mascot. This is the alpaca. Nope, I got Baby Ruth. He's right here. He hasn't gone anywhere. The alpacas are safe for now, and we'll be watching the storms and Salina. And see if they get any worse than they are now. Yeah, the alpacas are relying on you tonight. That's for sure. Well, at the leading edge is in Decatur, and Salina's not that far away now. So yeah, we've probably got about an hour and a half now, maybe 2 at the most. Yeah, I mean, I can show rotation. It's just not, there's not much rotation currently right now. There's just not much rotation currently showing right now. I mean, it is in Oklahoma City, that's for sure, but nothing in Texas. I mean, even the part and by Runaway Bay has died down. It's not even a 3 anymore; it's a 1. So very, very little rotation currently. Hey, Patty. Yeah, about an hour and a half away in Salina is a good guess. That would put you at 10 o'clock. Here's hoping nothing happens. Hey, Rose. What day will be the most severe? I mean, this is a moderate risk. I mean, this is supposed to be the most severe day so far. I mean, I would say this one. Storm reports. Storm reports. No, yeah, I'm going to see. I'm looking at the storm reports. I mean, so far the preliminary reports. I mean, so far they've got one confirmed tornado. This is what's been confirmed by the National Weather Service. A whole slew of wind reports. I mean, usually like these things, these are very, very preliminary. These things take a while to be classified. And but yeah, we have one confirmed tornado report, a ton of wind reports, and some hail reports. And you know, this system just started a couple hours ago, so 73-mile-per-hour wind gust measured West Texas on the Mesonet. That was in Lamb, Texas. We had a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that's been confirmed by a storm spotter. 61-mile-per-hour wind gust in Abilene Airport. That was earlier. 65-mile-per-hour in Stamford. Yeah, so these got to happen, and these got to get reported and get located, uploaded online. So even when they happen, it's going to be an hour or two delay before they get reported and go online. So these are not going to be many because this thing's hasn't been, it just kind of started. 2-inch hail into Ponca City and Osage, Oklahoma. That was earlier. So yeah, there's some. I'm just reading some of the wind reports and storm reports out there so far. Light rain started 25 minutes ago. And McKinney. All right, so let me. All right, so it's 8:42. Yeah, rain-wrapped tornado intercepted roughly 13 miles south of Carnage, Oklahoma. Down power lines, debris littered the road. Yeah, I mean, I just have a feeling some of these we're just missing. I mean, we're just downright missing because they're so like rain-wrapped and it's at night and they're moving at 50 miles an hour. These are just probably happening so quick that they can't even get a warning out that quickly. And then they die down. But either way, these are all getting impact with the squall line, the high wind threat along the leading edge. Hey Tia. Yeah, Corinth is in the zone. It'll probably be 10 o'clock or so in Corinth. This line looks to be breaking up here in northeast Oklahoma. Good sleeping. All right, so we have a new tornado warning that got extended. So this one's going to expire at 8:45, and this just continues a little bit further northeast, so they can just continue it in and around the Chandler area. So locations in the path are in Warwick at 8:43, into Kendrick at 9:06, Shamrock at 9:29, and then the Dumbright area and 9:33. So that is the new tornado warning with radar indicated tornado from this particular cell. That's just this one's going to expire, and this one's going to continue as these continue to move northeast at 37 miles an hour. Yeah, people have been talking about the temperature. Yeah, so once this squall line moves through, you can see the drop, right? There's Weatherford 64, there's Dallas 88. So in Mineral Wells here. So you're in the cooler air. I mean, once this moves through, you're done in Mineral Wells for the night. Just like you are in Breckenridge. I mean, it all started in Abilene. You can see once it passes, it's clear. It's really nice. So once the squall line passes your area, that's your indication that you're done for the night. All right, so we're getting I mean, they're still showing that tornado possible here. But I'm not seeing that much rotation with it. Yeah, I mean, still the highest rotations in Oklahoma. I'm just not seeing much rotation in Texas. But we'll continue to watch it. Yeah, I mean, I came on earlier for the Oklahoma stuff, and I mean, I know the North Texas was not supposed to start until 10 o'clock, and I still think that's the case. So, I mean, 10 and 2 o'clock is the time frame. The time frame has not changed for North Texas. There's the latest update on the radar. This is now the leading edge and indicator. You can see the storm's booking at 49 miles an hour. And once this expires at 9 o'clock, then we'll be in Denton. So these things are moving. I mean, we'll the next severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for Denton County. So things are getting close. And it'll be Fort Worth. It'll be further south into Cleburne. All this will get extended east. Here, let me let the dog out. Hold on a second. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm back. I know my wife's like, do I need a brace for anything? I will let you know, babe. Nothing currently. I mean, they're all like sitting on the couch watching TV. It's like, what's happening? I mean, obviously they're not watching me. But I still got an hour and a half. All right, so watch, he comes back with the new coffee. Yeah, I've been live for 3 hours. I had to step away for a second. Yeah, definitely. The dog's been whining for 45 minutes to get let out. I'm like, where are you at? I'm just in my office. Oh, as far as like the background, oh, that's just a background. That's just a green screen behind me. Are you wearing flip flops? No, I still got my shoes on from earlier when I was working in the yard. I really haven't changed because I mean I started it when I got ready for this live at 5 o'clock, so it was still well daylight. So it's been a while. It's almost 9 o'clock now. Hey, just heard thunder in Valley View and Great Grains. Yeah, I just got the indication on my phone that it started raining in McKinney. So we're probably seeing some, some very light rain pop up ahead of the system here. But yeah, this thing is closing in. It's definitely closing in. You mean you do other stuff? Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely a busy guy. Texas weather is fun. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in North Texas for about a month and a half now. So, um, Nothing over me. Yeah, I mean it's still there. It's still showing possible tornado. But I mean, again, there's not technically too much rotation with it. I'm definitely watching it. Um, yeah, I mean, it looks like the rotation has. All right, there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. So we're going to be getting that update here as this is getting extended. There it is. There it is. That's the new warning. So we've got, and that's a big area. So let me pull it up. So this is moving pretty quick. All right. Um, Tornado. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of cities to go over because this encompasses a pretty big area. So yes, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this whole area and the green and the this yellow box here because these storms are racing again at 53 miles an hour. These things are just really booking it, um, and they don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. So yeah, Collin County, Denton County is under the new severe thunderstorm warning between now and 7:30. Even in portions of Dallas, under the area of that severe thunderstorm warning. So yeah, we got Collin, Cook, Dallas, Denton. Man, they just went ahead and included everybody. So yeah, portions of Collin, Cook, Dallas, Denton, Grayson, Parker, Tarrant, and Wise County all included in this severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 with this line rapidly approaching at 53 miles an hour. So areas within this zone are going to be just a lot of cities. Sorry, severe. Okay, here it is. So we got anywhere from Denison to Gainesville to Sherman to Howe to Anna, Tioga, Valley View, Sanger, Slidell, going into Denton, all of Salina, Anna, McKinney, Plano, Garland, into Dallas, into DeSoto, into Mansfield area, down all the way to downtown Fort Worth. This is a huge area. Grapevine, North Richland Hills, all these areas are that under the gun of this rapidly approaching. These have wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour and some quarter size hail with it at times. And there's again, there's subtle hints of some rotation in the atmosphere that we'll watch it as this line approaches. But there's the cities in its path. I mean, it's expected to be in Fort Worth, say downtown Fort Worth at 9:11, and Denton at 9:16. So yes, this is moving faster than I thought because these 53 miles an hour. North Richland Hills at 9:16, Arlington at 9:24, Grand Prairie at 9:31. Irving at 9:33, Carrollton at 9:34, Dallas at 9:43, Richardson at 9:45, and as well as Plano at 9:45. And then that would just be extended into the McKinney area, probably 9:50, 9:55. So yes, this whole area is under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour as these storms rapidly approach. Oh no, we got getting the wind. So yeah, so this is definitely some high winds going to be approaching all these areas over the next hour or so as these storms are continuing to rapidly move across. Fort Hood's warnings just got extended: tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to lose some of my plants, aren't I? All right, so let me zoom out. So yeah, he was talking about this one. This one got extended, that tornado warning up here to the north. to the north of Oklahoma City. Radar indicated tornado with this particular one by Chandler. These are all racing off to the northeast. Shamrock under the gun and to the Oklahoma City area, northeast of Oklahoma City, and to the Shamrock area by 9:33 with this tornado warn supercell. The Dumbright area at 9:36 and the Alton area at 9:45 with this supercell that's racing across at 36 miles an hour. So those are the cities in its path and those selected times. Looks like some spin up west of Gainesville. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely watching some rotation for sure. I mean, it's still indicating that tornado possible. This one expires at 9 o'clock. So we'll see if this rotation continues into Denton. 11 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's tough to guess when these storms are racing so fast. I mean, I'm just not used to storms moving at 50 to 60 miles an hour. I mean, it's just hard to, people ask me on a whim, when's it going to arrive in my city? Normal storms, move at 20 miles an hour. So these things are racing at 50 and 60 miles an hour. It's kind of harder to guess. I missed some comments. Did anyone say I should go to the shelter for living in an RV? When is it heading to Denison and Sherman? Well, I mean, it's not that far away. I mean, your Sherman is under the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. It's in the Munster area. It's approaching Gainesville right now. It's moving at 49 miles an hour, or this one's moving at 53 miles an hour. Sorry, moving east at 53 miles an hour. So it's definitely rapidly approaching quick. But you can see how fast it's moving and you can see how thick the line is. This is not that thick. So it'll be in and out of your area pretty quick. It's not going to last that long once it starts raining at your house. All right, so let's head to Oklahoma. So we got a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. This is where most of the activity was supposed to be. This is where it's happening. We have a tornado observed in northeast of the Shawnee area. This is moving at 21 miles an hour, northeast at 21 miles an hour. So we have another tornado potentially on the ground northeast of the Shawnee area. New tornado warning goes until 9:30 for Johnston and Prague. Have some penny-sized hail, but there is definitely looks like a potential tornado observed within this supercell. So these are the areas in its path. The Seminole area at 9:03, the Chandler area at 9:08, Prague at 9:13, Maud at 9:13 as well, Davenport at 9:17, and Stroud at 9:24. So these are the areas in its path of this particular supercell with a tornado observed. This is northeast of the Shawnee area in Oklahoma. Yeah, so the higher threat the Storm Prediction Center had was in our northeast counties and our northern counties, essentially from 380 northward. This is where most of the rotation was indicated, a potential rotation from the Storm Prediction Center. And further south, there was a lot less rotation. There wasn't official anything in Dallas, Fort Worth, Dallas, southward. They were all under the enhanced risk, mainly because of the straight line wind threat. The elevated tornado threat was north of Highway 380. And that's what was indicated from the Storm Prediction Center and heading into Oklahoma. So far, we've seen all the tornadoes confirmed and warnings in Oklahoma. We have not seen tornado warnings closer in Texas. We had one earlier out in West Texas, but right now we're just seeing the straight line wind damage of these very powerful winds. Here's the tornado watch that goes on until 2:00 in the morning. Maximum hail potential within the atmosphere is upwards to 3 inches. We have not really seen that. We haven't even seen that much hail out of this system. Maximum wind gust up to 80 miles an hour with this line of 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. So far, this has been mainly a wind threat, which was the highest threat. And then you have the higher tornado threat north of 380 going into Oklahoma. And then some hail. But we have not seen, we've seen pockets of hail, but nothing to be greatly too concerned about. Fingers crossed coming through Collin County. Yeah, this is it. This is what we've been talking about for a couple of days now, of this nasty squall line that's coming through. But yeah, there's been at least, I would say, 10 tornado warnings in Oklahoma so far, for sure. That's where all the nasty stuff was supposed to be. And it'll take a couple of days to find out what's all happening tonight because of everything's moving so quick. But I'm for sure expecting a lot of wind damage from this particular event with this powerful straight line winds coming across the Metroplex. All right, so I'm on the DFW website at the airport. They are currently reporting a 33 mile per hour wind gust, but they're well ahead of the system. Here's the airport right here. So they're currently reporting 33 mile per hour wind gust, but the storm is pretty far away. So it's way out here in Saginaw still. Hey, Trish Littlejohn, flipping awesome. Ted Tube, making friends. Hey, thanks for watching on here, buddy. Stay away from the windows. Keep the blinds closed. Yes, these are all great tips. Yeah, I just looked up. I noticed I got 1,200 people watching me live. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on board, watching me live, keeping everybody safe, sharing with your friends and all the group pages and everything like that. So yes, my whole goal is to keep you ahead of the storm and give you plenty of advance warnings with anything that's happening with this approaching storm system. And right now we're watching the leading edge of this nasty squall line approaching it's getting close to Denton now. I mean, it's close to Denton, it's close to Keller, it's close to Fort Worth. So these things are rapidly moving at 53 miles an hour as these things are just racing across from west to east. As this moves through, you can see it's already past the Decatur area, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees. And that's, temps drop 20 degrees. That wipes all the fuel out of the atmosphere, and you're done. You're done in Decatur. Nothing else is going to happen in Decatur, for the rest of the evening, as this nasty squall line is safely past you. but it's 88 in Denton, and they're still in the warm sector, and they're about to get hit hard, close to Sanger, close to the Valley View area, and to the Gainesville area, and to Justin. And as it looks like it's a little bit further north to the north, and then it's further south, southwest, further south. So yeah, this line has really sped up further north, getting into the Thackerville area up here in Oklahoma. Yeah, started raining in Hazlitt. Yeah, pour it in Thackerville. Yeah, so you're definitely you're under the all that pink. Severe thunderstorm warning in Collin County. That's the one already issued. Starting to hear thunder in Dallas area. Laugh out loud. Uh-oh. Okay, so we're getting all right, so we're getting a tornado possible in this area. So let's it's moving it. This is a brand new, yeah, so this is a new tornado. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has some possible rotation to it in and around the Denton and Collin County area. So let me get the cities in its path from this particular storm system that just now was issued. Severe thunderstorm warning includes McKinney, Denton, Prosper. This storm has wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. So the upwards to 70 miles an hour with this particular storm. This is north of 380. This is where the tornado is possible. This is where had the higher indication of possible rotation in the atmosphere. So we're watching this unfold. The cities in its path is Ponder, Texas, Sanger, Texas, Denton, and to Pilot Point, and to Aubrey, going into Province, Gunter, Salina, Prosper, into the Van Alstyne area. As this is moving across from west to east, going into Anna, Melissa, McKinney, between now and 9:45, you could be seeing wind gusts of upwards 70 miles an hour, and it does indicate some possible rotation with this storm. So there's the particular cities: Krugerville at 9:44, Aubrey at 9:23, Prosper at 9:35, Salina at 9:36, the Weston area at 9:43, Melissa at 9:49, Van Alstyne at 9:50, Anna at 9:51, Blue Ridge at 9:58, and Trenton at 10:05. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Collin County, which includes McKinney, Denton, and Prosper areas, with all these cities between now and 9:45 of some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and some possible rotation with this supercell, which is really, it looks to be somewhere around north of 380. So this is where we're seeing some sort of possible subtle rotation within this supercell. And this is the area that was indicated by the Storm Prediction Center having a little bit more elevated risk for tornadoes. And this is what's highlighted currently on the radar within this area towards the Salina area. There's Dave. There's Salina, buddy. There's the alpacas. So definitely be on the lookout for them. But there is some rotation heading your way. So okay, so let's see. All right, so it definitely looks like around the Boyd area, maybe north of 380, some rotation. There's a little bit higher rotation. Yeah, so we're just watching this area for possible anything that might spin up. But either way, these things have wind gusts of upper 70 miles an hour. I mean, that can definitely do damage, no question, within this zone as this continues to race across at 53 miles an hour. Strong wind gust. Yeah, so we're watching these cells move across the metroplex, and these are packing some 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with it. We're not seeing the hail. It only has like penny-sized hail, so that's not a concern. The main concern with this cell is the 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and at times we're watching some possible rotation along the leading edge of this line and to the Denton area going into Pilot Point. This McKinney's in its path, Melissa in its path, Salina, Van Alstyne, Aubrey. These are all in the path of this storm that has subtle hints of possible rotation with it. But it definitely has some 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be doing some damage in those areas. Hey, Russ. Thanks for the donation. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, they're clearing Arrowhead Stadium due to possible severe weather, lightning and thunder in Pottsboro. What can we expect in Collin County? Yeah, right here. I mean, we're watching 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, some penny-sized hail, and some possible rotation within the supercell just north of 380. We're watching this right now. It's very subtle, but we could have some quick spin-ups along this leading edge. Yeah, waiting for an answer in Princeton. This will continue moving across east into Princeton. So this will be moving across. That's probably your next city that's heading towards the Princeton area. So after this expires at 9:45, this will just continue to be reissued further into the Princeton area, probably after 10 o'clock. So yeah, you're definitely still going to be impacted from that 70-mile-per-hour winds that are going to be coming across here shortly. This is all about to hit the metroplex, heading towards the Benbrook area. It's knocking on the doorstep of Denton right now, if not pouring in Denton currently. This is moving towards the Sadler area, eventually to Sherman. This is a solid line that's moving at 53 miles an hour. Just got a dangerous thunderstorm alert from McKinney. Yeah, that's the one that has the 70-mile-per-hour possible winds associated with it. Like I said, I hope I don't lose power because I'm literally right here. This is where I live. I'm in the zone too, right? I'm in the favorite zone to seeing some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So I'm hoping I don't lose power. Oh, it's hit us in Denton County. Hey, I appreciate it, Allison. Thanks for the report. Yeah, winds are still at 31 at the airport because it's still a ways away at the airport. It tails off further down as you go further south. But yeah, that was a whole big area that they just went ahead and issued for that. I mean, they already pretty much it's certain it's going to stay together. So they're like, hey, we'll just go ahead and issue that big, huge warning area for this whole big area instead of each individualizing these each individualized cities. We need to get you a generator. Yeah, these are definitely, rare times. It doesn't go off that much. It flickered. It's only ever flickered because we are on the hospital grid. We do have that. So if something happens, it typically just flickers and it doesn't stay off for an extended period of time because I do live next to a hospital and we are on the same grid, which definitely helped during the massive freeze. We never lost power. So I was definitely fortunate for that, for sure. But on these severe threats, yeah, I mean, they could, just, wind gust 70 miles an hour, boom, knocks it out real quick. and then I have to come back online. Yeah, so we're watching this storm system come across as this moves through the Metroplex. There are some cities in its path. Prosper at 9:43, Salina at 9:44, the Van Alstyne area at 9:58, Blue Ridge at 10:08. So you can see these areas that are going to be impacted for your particular city. We still got the tornado threat well to the north in Oklahoma, where they have that observed tornado that's been on the ground or confirmed that it was on the ground. This one expires in about 10 minutes, and that's just northeast of Shawnee, up here near the Oklahoma City area. So their severe threat just continues. And even down further to the south. I mean, we're seeing down to the south that this line rapidly approaching the Hillsborough area, the Cleburne area, as this is also warned as well, moving at 45 miles an hour. And this just got extended as two. This one looks like a brand new warning that just got extended. That goes into 10:15. That's also moving at 53 miles an hour. Locations in its path are Cleburne into the Waxahachie area, into Hillsborough, going into west. All those areas for the next hour, we'll see some of those stronger wind gusts and some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And it definitely looks like the hail threat's not going to it's not going to be a main player. We're not seeing any blacks. We're not seeing any hail. This is mainly just transferring into a solid wind threat for sure. And then we could have some, spin ups on the leading edge. That is definitely what we're seeing. And then once you get further to the north, that's when you're a little bit more susceptible, which was forecasted from the Storm Prediction Center, of having a little bit more rotation in the atmosphere north of 380. And that's what we're seeing currently right now of this particular tornado potential with this storm that's moving into Denton, into Sanger, going into Tioga. That will be impacting the Anna area over the next 45 minutes. So we're watching this conditions rapidly deteriorate quickly into Collin County over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Hey, Shelly, Rolling Thunder in El Dorado and Hardin. How's Canton looking? Yeah, Gunner too. Yeah, Gunner would be under the area as well. There's Gunner. They're in the path. Gunner's going to be having those 70-mile-per-hour winds. This goes until 9:45. Wow. So we've had 15,000 people watching the live. That's great, guys. It's starting to roar in northeast Oklahoma. All right, so I can definitely start to hear the wind outside my window. It's really starting to ramp up. Yeah, so my family's probably oblivious to what's happening. So let me take a pause. Let me let them know what's happening. Expect what to expect over the next 30 to an hour as I hear them watching TV. So I'll be back. I'll be back in 1 second. All right, they are on it. Yeah, so they're rapidly securing all the loose objects and getting the backyard ready. Um, Staying away from windows, all that good stuff. All right. You're the best, Roy. I had to let my family know. I'm letting everybody else know, but besides them, if he comes back with the helmet, we're yeah, I know. I got to get my helmet right. Hopefully, don't get that bad. Though there were times when we had some baseball size hail. I actually went live with the helmet, and we did have some baseball size hail that night. This was not technically a hail night. This was more of a wind threat, tornado possibly night. Um, so, but yeah, I mean, yeah, we do have some storms that have some bigger hail threats with them. But I have that. I definitely have a helmet. All right, so I got the notification on my my weather station. I've got the Tempest weather station. I love it. It's the best one on the market. So I just got notified that it's starting to rain at my house, and we're probably getting some blowing rain too. But they're moving at 53 miles an hour. I mean, the rain technically doesn't have to be over your head. These cloud tops are 40, 50,000 feet up. I mean, this thing could be blowing, 5, 7, 8 miles away and still has some light rain, even though it's not technically over your head because the jet stream's just blasting through and these things are racing across at 53 miles an hour. So that's probably why we're indicating we're starting to see some rain, even though technically it's not even over our head right now. And if it was hailing out there, we could probably see that as well, even though there was no hail currently over our house. So I've seen that before too. I've seen it 5 miles away and land tennis ball size hail at my house. And it's pretty freaky when it happens because there's nothing on radar overhead, but it's just getting blown 5 miles from the north. If you aren't safe, you're no good for those to work to. Our local weather guy just announced that 50 miles an hour winds were just clocked at North Texas Regional Airport in Sherman just now. We are still 30 minutes out of the squall line. What does the rest of the night look like? Is it over after this line passes? Yeah, there's nothing after this line. There's definitely nothing after this line for sure. Yeah, it's pretty clear after this line goes through. All right, so yeah, I mean the only rotation I'm seeing is that right there, just north of 380. I mean that's in Texas. That was what was highlighted, and we're still seeing that possible rotation. But nothing to be like greatly concerned about. This is mainly the very high wind threat. Hoping my neighbor took down his tarp over his patio and put it golf next up and made sure his trampoline is secure. North of 380 where? Again, we're watching it. It's north of Aubrey, in between Aubrey and Pilot Point. It's very subtle. There's no tornado. It's just it's possible rotation. So we're watching this move through. I thought this was supposed to be like horrible. Well, I mean, we've had 10 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. I mean, thank you, Roy. Pretty high winds, thunder at El Dorado and Woodson. Anything coming in Oklahoma around Muskie? The new tornado warning currently now that just got issued was activated at 8:56, goes to 9:30. So that expires in about 4 minutes, but that looks to be the only tornado warning currently. We see, one or two at times, and then one dies down and a new one pops up. So, but it's past Oklahoma City, and this is all moving across. Yeah, you can see the thickness of the line is actually maybe expanded a tad bit. It looks like it's gotten a little thicker to our north, a little further south, not as thick. So this should be a pretty nasty line for a short amount of time. That's going to be moving through the metroplex. Hey Tia, so your power went out. I'm sorry. Storm right now in Fort Worth, lightning, thunder, raining buckets. Man, yeah, you're right there. Okay. So at 9:30. All right. Yeah, wasn't that far off, right? Missed it by 3 minutes. Yeah, so yeah, Fort Worth, 9:27. Downtown Fort Worth getting a lot of thunder, high winds, and raining buckets. Hello. And so yeah, as this is moving across the metroplex currently right now, as a nasty squall line is moving across the metroplex as we speak. So let's see. So can you show 160? Will you let us know if we did when we after the line passes, Dave? Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you're in Salina here, so you have to watch for that subtle rotation as it's approaching. It's knocking on your doorstep, Dave. You're in this is Aubrey. There's Salina. It's not that far away. And there's the update. So this is updates. This is real-time radar. It's updates every 8 seconds. You can't get any faster than that. And as this this is a new tornado warning right here. Look, this is down by Cleburne. This is a brand new tornado warning. Let's get the parameters on it. This is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued at 9:27. For areas to the south, areas that include Cleburne are under a tornado warning in Cleburne and Keene into Joshua till 10 o'clock for the next 30 minutes. This area is moving east at 53 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado. This is the first tornado warning issued for the DFW Metroplex, and it's down further south into Cleburne. Along the leading edge here. So locations in its path and the times are at 9:31. So in 2 minutes, it'll be knocking on your doorstep in Cleburne. So you definitely got to get in your safe zone. Into Keene at 9:36. Into Alvarado at 9:43. Midlothian 9:51. Ovilla at 10:06. Into Waxahachie at 10:06. Glen Heights at 10:08. Red Oak at 10:11, Lancaster at 10:15, as well as the Wilmore area for this radar indicated tornado that's possibly developing within this supercell for this particular thunderstorm. So as we zoom in to the area of concern, we're like I said, this is radar indicated, so we're not seeing like dramatic signs of rotation, but there are subtle hints. That's why the radar is picking up on some sort of rotation within the atmosphere from that particular area. But we have to be on the lookout for a tornado spinning up at any time within that sector down there into the Cleburne area for the next 30 minutes with that warned supercell that's racing across at 53 miles an hour. So these storms are still booking it. And I'm looking at the latest rotation. It looks like it has dramatically increased in rotation as this is approaching the Metroplex. There's a lot more rotation along the leading edge of this line now. So there's just a lot more rotating cells than they were showing earlier. We're getting some 1s, 2s, and 3s along this leading edge. So there's definitely hints on even stronger rotation down here by Cleburne. And that's why they went ahead and indicated a potential tornado, radar indicated tornado. So yes, we are seeing as the storms move across into the Metroplex, we're definitely seeing some elevated higher rotation starting to spin up along the leading edge of this front as it's racing across at 53 miles an hour. We are in Richardson on the floor of the apartment. Should we be proactive and go to the family bathroom? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you're in the fourth floor, that's way up there. You never can be too safe, right? I mean, this is a storm that's going to be moving across with little to no warning. At sometimes it's racing across at 53 miles an hour. It's not going to be in your area for that long. So if you have the possibility to get in your safe zone and ride out the storm, then I would definitely advise that to do that for sure. Hey, Lindsay, Wiley's about to get hit hard. Yeah, so I'm definitely watching it for sure. I mean, there's definitely a little bit more rotation showing up. Um, I'm not that far away. I'm probably 15 feet from the nearest safe zone, which is my bathroom. So I can literally get there in about 5 seconds, if need be. Yeah, but we are definitely showing a little bit more signs of rotation, more than earlier, more than what we see here, 45 minutes ago, along this leading edge here. So, um, if it's moving at 53 miles an hour, it's going to be in Kaufman at 21. Okay, so I got lightning indicated 10 miles away on my weather station. I'm hearing the thunder. I'm definitely hearing the thunder outside. Anything coming to Flower Mound? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the squall line's heading to Flower Mound. Just hadn't arrived yet. Flower Mound is, well, gosh, it should be in Flower Mound pretty soon if it's in Grapevine. I mean, it's not that. Well, yeah. I mean, you should be raining big time in Flower Mound. Yeah, it's right over you in Flower Mound right now. So cone in the air of the moment. Something's going near the Frontier Parkway. How's Frisco looking? Frisco's in that severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 into the Frisco area. So you're probably 5 minutes away from it pouring. Yeah, hard wind and rain currently in the Frisco area. Thanks, Stormy. I appreciate it. Something's going to be near the Frontier area Parkway. Clouds looking scary in Salina. Yeah, it's knocking on your door in Salina. It's like literally right on your doorstep. It's 9:34, so these are definitely moving a lot faster than I thought. These are moving quick. Raining in West Frisco went from really hot air to cold burst and rain. Yeah, there's the temps. Okay, it's dropped to 64. Wow, it's dropped to 64 in Denton already. So yeah, so once you cool off on the backside, that's when you're leveling out. I mean, you're going to get leftover rain on the backside, but the severe threat's done in Denton. The severe threat is done in Denton, and this is all moving through shortly. There are some cities in its path. There's some more cities. Arlington at 9:42, Grand Prairie at 9:43, Irving at 9:49, Dallas at 9:57, Carrollton at 10 o'clock. These are like the leading edge when you can expect it to be at your house. Richardson, say at 10:02, you should be getting the leading edge of the front of this nasty squall line. Plano at 10:03, Garland at 10:07. Louisville at 10:09 and the Mesquite area at 10:11. So those are some guesstimated times and cities at your location. As we still have that tornado warning down here by the Cleburne area, and that cell is moving at 53 miles an hour for the next 25 minutes for that supercell that is showing some signs of rotation within that supercell. Oh yeah, I've seen that arrowhead now. Short break in the Kansas City area. Yeah, there's that tornado warning for Johnston County by Cleburne till 10 o'clock. Tornado warning has been issued for parts of Johnson County till 10. An area of rotation has developed just west of Cleburne. Storm could produce a tornado at any time. So yes, we're watching this cell right here to see if this has any higher rotation with this, and we are definitely seeing a lot more reds and greens mixing in now. So that's is a greater possibility of a tornado trying to form within this cell here. I would say it's just along the edge of Highway 67 by the Alvarado area. This is the area of concern that has some rotation on radar where the reds and greens here mix. There's the Joshua area into Briar Oaks. So this is the area of concern of a possible developing tornado that's unfolding as we speak, just north of Highway 67 here, in and around the Alvarado area, heading towards possibly the Briar Oaks area down in Johnston County. And the path would be Keene as well as the Venus area at 955. So, hey, Josh. Hey, thanks, buddy. I got your message, Josh. Greatly appreciate it. You're welcome. But yeah, I mean, we're watching this unfold for sure as we're watching rotation within the atmosphere of this developing supercell. And we are starting to see greater hints of rotation here just north of Highway 67 within this tornado warned supercell down here into Johnston County. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that as these cells are still racing across in the Flower Mound area. Oh, we got another. That's the same area. Tornado possible still. There's still rotation within this cell north of 380. So there's several areas we're watching, and these are definitely areas of concern as this system is moving across. We're watching, higher amounts of rotation developing along the leading edge of this what they call kind of a squall line that's developing over a good chunk of the metroplex. Hey, Jessica. So it just hit 380 in Coit. All right. So that's not that far away. All right. So 380 in 380 in Coit, Jessica. I greatly appreciate it. So it might be maybe 3 minutes away from my house. That's not that far. What's it looking like in McKinney? It's about to go downhill quick in McKinney, Larissa. It's about to go downhill quick. Power out in Salina. Let's hope I don't lose power. So it appears that it's about 3 to 5 minutes away from my house. So let's hope I don't lose power with this. I've got 2,100 people watching me live right now, so a lot of people are relying on me, and I hope I don't lose my signal here. But yeah, it's right there in Salina. We got confirmation Salina. It's on their doorstep, getting hit hard, and the power is out in Salina. And I'm not that far away here, so that's why I'm concerned about my power going out as this gets closer. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. That's a new one, or is it got extended here? Let's see. That one. The sirens are going off? Okay, so yeah, this one is expiring at 9:45. There's no sirens. Okay. Oh, she's talking about my siren. The tornado warning. I mean, the severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, I'm at Prosper Trail and Dallas Parkway. It's windy and rainy. Yeah, okay, yeah, extended to 10:45. Yeah, there you go. So that was the deal. It got extended to 10:45. going in still around the McKinney area, but it just again pushes further off eastward. As the system continues moving across at 53 miles an hour. There's the city it's in its path. Between now and 10:45, we've got the McKinney area, Salina, Sherman, into Howe, going into Plano, down to Arlington. So again, this is a huge area: Dallas, Garland, Plano, McKinney. Celeste, going into Leonard here, as well as Greenville, down to Seagoville, down here to the south. So this is a huge area between now and 10:45, as this same system will just continue racing across at 53 miles an hour. So let's zoom into your city and give you some different times and locations that could potentially impact in and around the Mesquite area at 10:18. There's some more cities: Dallas at 9:48, Irving at 9:50, Grand Prairie at 9:52, Carrollton at 9:55, the Arlington area at 9:55, Richardson at 9:58, Garland at 10 o'clock, Duncanville at 10:02, Plano at 10:03, Mesquite at 10:04. So these are your areas that could be packed with the beginning stages of that 70-mile-per-hour winds that are rapidly approaching the Metroplex. Hey, Renee. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's in Frisco now. So yes, we got confirmation that the leading edge is in Frisco. Yep, there it is. There's Frisco. There's Prosper. It's definitely not that far away now. What about Lake Lavon? It's not that far away from Lake Lavon. It's pouring at 380 and Coit. Tons of wind. Just started raining. Here in Gunner and Van Alstyne, if you put your trash cans out, they might become tipped over. Yeah, absolutely. There's no question. If you got trash day tomorrow, I hope you didn't put the trash cans out, because you'll be chasing them down the neighborhood. Pottsboro, just started raining in Pottsboro. So yeah, let's zoom out here and show you the leading edge. There's Sherman. There's Howe getting into Van Alstyne here, into Frisco, into the Salina area, and it tails off a little bit. So it backs out, as not nearly as further east as you go into Carrollton. It's in the North Richland Hills area now, down to Mansfield. There's that tornado warning down here that's still taking effect until 10 o'clock. And it goes all the way down to Blum. I mean, this is just a huge area that continues to back build and push further south. I mean, look at that. Wow, this is really developed all the way down by Austin area. So even Austin's going to get hit in the action. So this is definitely overperforming in the way of the real estate that is covering, as it just continues to build further and further down to the south, and just having the severe threat, kind of more of a widespread threat for a huge chunk of from Oklahoma City to I'm going to be all the way down to Waco here, seeing that straight line winds. And like they said, I mean, this is a possible derecho forming. I mean, this is a nasty squall line that extends from Oklahoma City to literally to the Brownwood area. This is all first down to Austin. I mean, that's a long ways from Austin to Oklahoma City. Lightning 3 miles away. So it's knocking on my doorstep. Any moment now, it's going to be rapidly deteriorating at my house. Let's see. Raining in Prosper, gusty winds. Sent out the alert. The wind just ripped my POW rain gauge right out of the ground. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Dave's, moving fast. Terrible time to hear the train going off. Looks like it's over in Crowley. We have a tornado watch. Oh my gosh, I get a lot of comments now. The winds are whipping. I can really hear the winds whipping. They aren't just warning signs anymore. pouring in Frisco. There's thunder and tons of lightning. We're not seeing any hail. That's not the threat. I mean, the main threat in the Metroplex is that straight line wind. I mean, 70-mile-per-hour winds, no question. 70-mile-per-hour winds along the leading edge, and then just subtle hints of possible rotation with quick spin ups. And that's what we're seeing along the leading edge. It's still showing, a fairly decent amount of rotation along the leading edge of that front. So there's no intense rotation anymore, so that's definitely a good sign. But there's definitely a lot of rotation, at least subtle rotation, along the leading edge of this front of this squall line here. Let me look at my winds. Okay, so I'm just getting heavy rain. All right, so 42 miles an hour I'm clocking right now at my house on my weather station. I can hear the winds just rapidly start to intensify. Yeah, it's definitely poured. Yeah. Did Debbie just reported, wow, 70-mile-per-hour wind. Let's see. Yeah, at 61 miles an hour at 9:30. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, so there's definitely some very high winds along this leading edge of this squall line that's coming through the Metroplex right now. I mean, this is a nasty squall line. This is a solid red line. So there's a huge chunk of the Metroplex are going to get hit with this nasty squall line that's coming through your area, and it's knocking on the doorstep of McKinney right now, and it will be in the Allen area shortly. We'll be in Plano shortly, and to Carrollton shortly, and to Irving. There is Arlington and the DFW airport right here that just reported some very heavy rain. The visibility has dropped to a mile at the airport, so it's rapidly deteriorating. The temperature dropped from 86 at 9:25 to 65 degrees at 9:42. So in 17 minutes, the temperature has dropped 21 degrees at the airport as things are rapidly deteriorating with some very heavy rain, and the visibility is down to a mile. So, man, and then that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So the sky is just opened up in Sherman. I'm worried here about mine too. Watching it over the cameras, there were some small hail came in the light blue. So yeah, this is a nasty storm that's coming through the Metroplex, and it's pretty thick. I mean, this line is thicker at times. It's looked like it's actually growing in intensity a little bit, but from what we saw out further east, further west there. So this is definitely seems like it's growing in size as it moves across. It just means it's going to rain a little bit longer, and the conditions are going to last probably 10 minutes longer than I thought. But yeah, the impacts are going to be the same as this. We still have that, severe thunderstorm warning goes on between now and 10:45 for the next 55 minutes as these storms are racing across at 43 miles an hour with a solid line of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that are moving across the Metroplex right now. Holy Batman, big thunder. Just hit Salina. Just hit Van Alstyne in the Grayson County area. Winds woke me up. Thanks. Torrential rain now in Frisco and 380. It's on my doorstep on Stacy and 121. It's pouring in rotation and the Pottsboro area. Yeah, so definitely along the leading edge of this front. That's definitely along the leading edge. We are seeing some rotation, but nothing spin up. But yeah, the main damage is going to be that straight line wind of the 70-mile-per-hour wind gust that we've been of numerous reports out there along the leading edge. from these storms that are moving across. We had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust that was measured in Denton. We had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust that was measured in Weatherford, and another 65-mile-per-hour wind gust that were measured in Mineral Wells. And then, of course, we had that 70 at DFW. So these are, higher wind gusts that are being reported by storm spotters as this moves across the Metroplex. It's dropped to 75 degrees at my house. I've got 15 1/100ths of an inch. Yeah, I was thinking about a ½ inch with this system, so we'll see how much I actually get. Okay, so should I drive right now in Crawley, heading to Cleburne? No, I mean I would wait, 30 minutes, 45 minutes if you can. Just wait till this actually passes. There's no reason to be out on the road in this stuff if you don't have to. Yeah, I mean it looks like a possible derecho. I mean, it's a solid line. This is a nasty, solid line that goes all the way down into Austin. I mean, this doesn't break. This is connected all the way through. And even up here, it looks like it kind of breaks a little bit, but still, I would think that qualifies for 240 miles, right? I mean, it's got 70-mile-per-hour winds to it. I'm worried about the alpacas. Yeah, the alpacas are taking a beating in Salina right now. It's right over Salina. It's definitely over Salina. So hopefully they're safely in their pens, waiting for the storm to pass. But it's got about another 15, 20 minutes in Salina, as these are still continuing to move across at 53 miles an hour. Yeah, it's pouring in McKinney, John. I can definitely confirm it's pouring in McKinney. Major temperature drop in McKinney. Yeah, it's definitely dropped to 64, and this is the McKinney National. So the official recording site at McKinney is the McKinney National Airport, which is basically on the east side of McKinney. So that's why it's still picking up at 86 miles an hour. I mean, 86 degrees at McKinney National Airport. We are in it, waiting near Tyler, Texas. Wow, the winds are just really whipping outside. Yeah, it's hit Salina. Strong winds in northeast Dallas. So it's hitting Dallas now. There's the leading edge. But you can see the thickness. I mean, it has grown in intensity a little bit. That's no question. It's not nearly as skinny as it was. It's definitely fattened up. The line has really gotten bigger, and it's over the course as it's moving across the Metroplex. Yeah, but so far so good on the power. I was really worried about that initial burst. So it seems like we're definitely past the initial burst, and now we're just getting the torrential rains and still some very high winds. But it looks like we're past the initial burst of that. We probably won't be losing power, hopefully, from this storm. Can anyone see? Let's see. Hope the winds. Trinity Falls, extreme rain, winds up to. Should we be concerned about tornadoes in Salina? Yeah, I mean, there's some rotation in the atmosphere, but there's no tornado warnings currently. It's just mainly a high wind, straight line wind event. The tornado warning is down south, and it goes until another 5 minutes. That's where they have that tornado radar indicated. You got to be concerned about this hook. Wow, look at this. Down here by Tasca. Let's look at this. Let's zoom in. Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if they actually extend this tornado warning down further south. I'm actually seeing a lot of rotation here with this system, with that little hook echo that I showed you into the Rio Vista area, into the Blum area down here south. I would not be surprised if they extend the tornado warning down further south with this supercell. All right, so let's go back because see that hook? I mean, that's a crazy hook here trying to develop here. So we'll see if that gets warned further south. But all right, so yeah, now it's the leading edge is literally approached Highway 75. So it's in Howe, it's in Van Alstyne, it's in Anna, it's definitely in McKinney, it's in around the Plano area. Along the leading edge, it's rapidly approaching the downtown Dallas area as the conditions will rapidly go downhill for them. Oh my gosh, it's down to a quarter. Wow, it's really raining hard at the airport. I mean, this is some intense rain. A quarter mile visibility. You don't see that very often. It's down to a quarter mile visibility. That would definitely be a ground stop at the airport. Nothing's flying out and that stuff. 63 degrees. Humidity is at 94%, and it's pouring. It's rained a quarter inch, and is that 3 minutes? No, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. It's rained a quarter inch. That is some intense rainfall coming out of the sky right now at the airport, and there was some loud thunder outside my window. All right, just moderate rain here. Wind rotation northwest. Any flooding concerns? No, definitely not, Lexi. Not with this particular system. The flooding concerns were, maybe by Thursday. But yeah, the ground is extremely dry. So all of this is going to kind of soak up. Hey, Melissa. Hey, I appreciate the compliment. Thanks for following. Flickering power and Melissa. Buckets upon buckets. Yes, it is raining what they call cats and dogs, right? It's raining. It's pouring, right? There's no question. It is definitely pouring. It is coming down right now. Yeah, 48,000 people without power. Wow. Temps have dropped in McKinney for sure. Yeah, I've got 69 now. I've got 69 at my house. So it's definitely rapidly dry. It's dropped 20 degrees. It's literally dropped 20 degrees in the last 20 minutes in my house for sure. How's the wind situation in Wiley? So it just hadn't hit your area yet. So you're probably going to get the 70-mile-per-hour winds that everybody else is experiencing currently right now, at least along the Highway 75 here. And so Wiley's not that far away. It should be approaching your area. So we'll watch this tornado warning and see if it actually gets extended to points southward, because we're still seeing the notch. I mean, I'm still seeing the little notch here, and that's what we have to be concerned about. So we'll watch this and see if they actually extend the tornado warning and down point south there. Rowlett, crazy wind and storms, not yet here, getting but gusty though. What time frame? And Greenville, well, they're moving at 53 miles an hour. Let's zoom out to Greenville. There is Greenville. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning already until 10:45, so it's not that far away. I would say 30 minutes. It should be knocking on your door in Greenville with those 70-mile-per-hour winds. So yes, I would expect about 10:30. About 10:30, conditions are rapidly going to be going downhill in Greenville. Oh no. So we got confirmation from a follower that he lost power in Gunner. So that is definitely not a good sign, as storms are continuing to move across. The Metroplex. But yes, this severe thunderstorm warning extends all the way to Greenville until 10:45 with this rapidly intense squall line. They did not continue the tornado warning down further south. So, but we'll continue to watch it. But I'm very impressed with it back building so far south. I mean, I was not expecting it to rain from this system in Austin. I just didn't think it was going to reach that far, but it looks like it definitely will as it continues to back build And look, even with the last frame in the Kerrville, it's continuing to develop points southward. So, and these are all moving further. These are all moving further off to the east as we go through the night. Let's see. Are we needed to take shelter in Melissa? Well, currently, right now, we don't have a severe thunder. We don't have a tornado warning in Melissa. These are just it's a high wind threat, straight line wind threat. So, I mean, you should be good. This is a high wind threat currently at the moment. I've seen some of those higher wind gusts in the metroplex. This is probably going to create a lot of tree damage, probably some fence damage, definitely a lot of shingles off the roofs, stuff like that. Um, so yeah, there's definitely be some damage with this particular system. I mean, it's still showing some rotation along the leading edge. So that's always a possibility of a little quick spin up. We haven't we've seen that one tornado warning down south into Johnson County. No, it's really not that bad. I'm in McKinney off 380, lots of thunder, lightning, rain, and wind. Yeah, so this system continues to move across the Metroplex. Wow, it's rained a half inch at the airport. The visibility still down to a quarter mile. It is pouring at the airport. That's the official, where they calculate the official stats at the National Weather Service. And it's still right here. So we're still getting the back edge of that very heavy rain at the airport, still down to a quarter mile. The wind gusts are down to 36 miles an hour, but still a quarter mile visibility, and it's rained a half inch. I mean, it's literally rained a half inch in 11 minutes. 11 minutes, a half inch of rain. 11 minutes. That is some intense rainfall right there. So yeah, I mean these. How much am I at? Okay, I'm at a half inch myself. I just clocked a half inch at my weather station in McKinney. It's dropped to 66 now, and it's still pouring, and it's still pouring outside. Because yeah, I was showing you the line is thickened. I mean, it definitely thickened. I mean, look, it's got some back building even by Denton here. That's in the rain cooled air. That's not going to be severe stuff, but still, that's some back building back behind the system here in the cooler air. That's going to add to the rain totals as well. Lights flickering in Melissa off 75 across the Buckies. Yes, I'm familiar with the Buckies. Love me some Buckies. Went to move the trash cans like a good neighbor, and my dog saw this was an opportunity to find freedom. Oh no! I apologize to any neighbors in the Princeton area. Saw two frantically dogs chasing. Oh, power out in Anna. Oh my gosh, that's called a Texas emergency. Nothing happened in Irving. Nothing happened in Irving. Tornado warning, Grandview attacks. Oh, they did. Okay, they did. They did with this hook. I mean, they did actually extend it. I was showing you the hook, so they definitely. It looks like they extended it here, like I was thinking they would. All right, so this is the new tornado warning that goes until 10:30 for that little notch I showed you. Remember, I showed you the little notch I was looking at. That's always an indication where you could have some rotation there. And yes, the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that new tornado warning down here, down by the Grandview area, Itasca, into Maypearl, going into Waxahachie, as well as Italy down here into Bardville, towards Ennis area, and to Palmer, as well as Alma down here in the far right hand corner. So yes, this is the area of concern right here. Let's zoom in and let's go back to the velocity index and show you what we're looking at here as far as that little couplet here. This is the area of concern that has some possible rotation with it. This would be east of the I-35 area. There's Waxahachie. This looks to be near the Maypearl area. There's some towns that are in the path, potentially Garrett at 1038, Ennis at 1039, Palmer at 1039, Rosner at 1054, Cottonwood at 1058, and the Grays Prairie area at 1101, as well as the Oak Grove area at 1105. So that little notch in the leading edge, that's the area of concern where they're starting to see, subtle hints of rotation. That's why they indicated the tornado warning for this area until 10:30, and these are all moving at 51 miles an hour to the northeast. So definitely be on the lookout for a possible, potential quick spin up along the leading edge here. This is south of Waxahachie. As these storms continue to build further down to the south, as these are racing across. But that's a definite little hook here. That's why they went ahead and issued that tornado warning, as there's a possible developing tornado within this sector here. All right. So, hey, Dave, thanks for sending me the text. Yep. So there you are in Salina. I think a lot of the heavier rain is done in Salina, but it definitely looks like there's some storms are trying to build back to the east here, or to the west, moving east, and we will have to watch these because these look to be still show some red even in the cold sector here, as you may not be done just quite yet in the Salina areas. We still have one system is building back behind you that still has to move across. But it is still pouring in McKinney. They asked about Farmersville. It is knocking on your doorstep in Farmersville, right around the Highway 78 area into the Blue Ridge area, and points to the north into the White Ride area as well as Bells. So all these areas are going to be hit hard. Wow, it's right on time for what you estimated. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually reaching all the way down to you, Sherry. I'm seriously impressed by your dedication. I know no other professionals who would have done this. Thanks. Hey, you're welcome. No worries. I mean, I planned for this. I mean, I knew this was going to be a long night, a big night, and I'm still here, and I expect to be here for another hour or two at least, as these storms continue to race across the Metroplex. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's building all the way down to the south. I mean, there's the Austin area, there's the Killeen area. So even these areas down here, maybe not severe, but still, I mean, you're still going to get rain out of this deal when these storms basically originated in Oklahoma. So there's the Round Rock area. So that's not that far away, probably 45 minutes. It'll be pouring in Round Rock. Yeah, so these storms are packing a punch for sure. But mainly, it's been mainly a wind threat. I've seen a lot of people without power, unfortunately, and the rain has been a little bit heavier than I thought, for sure. Yeah, sirens going off in Midlothian, but I will say the immediate area around Midlothian is not under tornado warning. So yeah, in Midlothian, there are sirens going off from this this warned cell currently right now. Tornado warning for Johnson County. Watching this to take cover. Siren sounded in Waxahachie. Okay, Ellis County tornado warning. Yeah, that's the one down here by Waxahachie. That goes on until 10:30. Tornado warning for a storm moving in Ellis County until 10:30. Areas of rotation east of Highway 35 west, moving northeast. Yeah, that's the area of concern right here, just south of Maypearl, where this little notch is coming into play. That's the area that's concerned about with possible rotation as this continues moving across to the east. Seems like the rain is slowing down in Allen. Yeah, I mean it's not raining. It's not raining nearly as hard as it was, but I'm a little over a half inch now, so it's adding up. So 51. Okay, man, it's still raining at the airport. We've got 0.75. We got 3/4 of an inch now at the airport. 3/4 of an inch officially at DFW Airport. Just thunder left and gunner. Yeah, I'm hearing the rolling sounds of thunder, right? And I was thinking, I said 45 minutes, 30, 45 minutes, it would move through, and things are winding down. We're getting to be on the backside a little bit. But we still have some heavier rain still trying to build back into Aubrey. These are continuing to push. So we still have some heavier rains and even extended back into Denton. So this has been fairly impressive here that these storms are kind of back, what they call back building, back behind the main line here. Not severe or anything, or even higher winds because you're in the cool sector, but still leftover rain will add to the totals. You can see it's actually starting to rain again in Salina, and it'll pick back up to heavier rain in the next 5 to 10 minutes as this cell moves through. All right, so sorry. Let's go to Oklahoma. Okay, so Oklahoma continues to have tornado warnings as this system continues to lift northeast. There is another tornado warning in and around north. This continues north into Prague. This is north of Seminole now. Oh, okay. This is getting towards the Tulsa area now. So this is south of Tulsa. This is moving northeast at 39 miles an hour of this supercell right here. So here's the locations in the path of Beggs at 1014, Winchester at 1022, Coweta at 1056, and New Tussle at 1104. So these are the areas that could have a potential tornado going to be impacting your area over the next 45 minutes or so. And this is rapidly approaching the Broken Arrow area, as well as there's Tulsa. So so everything's rapidly moving off to the northeast as these kind of split. You have one rotation splitting northeast, and you have this secondary southern rotation that's moving further east, more eastward rather than northeast. All right, so there's a new severe thunderstorm warning from this cell down to the south that just continues to push east at 44 miles an hour. So now areas into Corsicana are going to be impacted shortly into Maybank from this same squall line that's in Hillsborough currently. That's going to be near the Ovilla area by 1021, into west at 1026. And to Red Oak at 1028, and Italy at 1029, Waxahachie at 1031, Ferris at 1038, Hubbard at 1039, Palmer at 1040, the Ennis area at 1048, as well as Corsicana at 1101. So those areas are going to be hit with those straight line winds as this will continue to race across eastward over the next 45 minutes or so. My mouth is getting dry now. Let me get some water. Okay. Hey, Jordan. Hey, thanks, buddy. I watched James Bond, new movie since you went on. Great movie, must watch. No spoilers. Good to see. So you watched an entire movie and came back, and I'm still on. Right? Well, these storms have to end. If they lasted all night long, I'd still have to be on, right? So, yeah, looks like West McKinney is settling down. Time to bed. Yeah, things are definitely settling down. Like I said, we are getting some indication of some back building, but it doesn't appear that we can have the kind of the nasty, squall line like we were seeing earlier. So yeah, I mean it lasted 30, 45 minutes potentially, and then it's gone, right? That's what was as expected. And we're just getting some leftover rain. So but obviously tomorrow's a work day. This is what, Sunday night? Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. Everybody's got to work, and yeah, I mean you're free to clear. I mean if you want to go to bed, and Salina, McKinney, Van Alstyne, Denton, all those areas, the greatest impacts are gone. I mean it's past your area. Now we're looking at points eastward. So we're definitely looking at points eastward. We're getting to the stage of the event of the night where it's looked like it's basically going to be east of Highway 75 now, east of 35. So this is all going to be, points east as this continues to race across Denton, Benbrook, Fort Worth. You're all in the clear. That you're done for the night, and to Cleburne, you're done for the night. So this is all moving east for the rest of the evening. I'm in Austin, glued to this. Yeah, it shouldn't be too long in Austin, right? It's going to be less than an hour away. It should be knocking on your door. This coverage has been amazing. We are so grateful for you doing this. It's not being dramatized, hyped up, or anything like that. Hey, yeah, no, I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate you watching, Valerie. I'm happy to keep you safe. Hey, Jennifer. Thanks for the coverage, Sandy. No problem. Yeah, so Princeton updates. So let's swing over to Princeton now. And so now we're in Princeton. That's Farmersville. So Princeton's not that far away. Oh, there it is. So it's right over Princeton. So you're not technically in the clear yet in Princeton. It's still moving through. So it shouldn't be that much longer now, as that squall line will continue to race across to the east here. But I would say by 10:30, you're probably good to go if you need to go to bed or not. All right. So the main concern still continues down south, where we've had 2 tornado warnings for the night. They've all been southward. We actually had 3, one in Wichita Falls earlier. But yeah, they're still showing this little notch along the leading edge of the line, basically right along Interstate 35 here. So that's why we have that tornado warned storm for this area. So those, the locations in its path are Palmer at 1037, in and around the Oak Grove area at 1103 from this, this leading edge of this storm that's showing some signs of rotation along with it. Irving, they're asking about Irving. It should be past Irving. Yeah, it's past Irving. Yeah, the storm is past Irving. There's nothing going to happen in Irving the rest of the evening. Amazing light show in Rockwall. Want to be safe though. Should I grab my kids out of bed? And it looks like it. I mean, it basically just looks like just a straight line wind event. there is some subtle signs of rotation, but it's probably not something to be concerned about trying to get them out of bed. I would just maybe continue to let them sleep, and yeah, you're going to probably hear some high winds for about 30 minutes, but it shouldn't be too bad as far as like rotation. Yeah, I'm looking at the rotation right now along the leading edge. It's definitely not nearly as intense. We're not seeing multiple shots of rotation. It's very subtle. So it's definitely died down for sure. We're still seeing the rotation down south, no question. But closer within the metro, we're not seeing that anymore as we were seeing as a little bit more elevated earlier. Yes, it is. It is. Yes, it's past Irving, Sherry. It's definitely past Irving. All right, so I'm getting the back half of the system now, so it's starting to rain at my house. So we're starting to get more rain, which is kind of a leftover shower. So these are just kind of add to the totals. I'm literally just a little bit over a half inch at my house, so that's it's a good amount of rain. Let's check the airport again. Yeah, it looks like we're down to a mist at the airport, but it's rained 0.77, a little over 3/4 of an inch at the airport, and most of that fell in about 11 minutes. That was an impressive rain there for those 11 minutes. 9:55 to 9:49 to 9:45, 9:42 to 9:55. Wow, so that most of that fell in 15 minutes. Oh, the wind gust at McKinney Airport. I have DFW, or I have to. I could post all the wind gusts later. I have to look up each individual city. Yeah, sorry, I don't have that data right at my fingertips currently. Um, I mean, I can see this is. I mean, this is what it's currently. I mean, this is the wind gust currently at the airport at 36 miles an hour. But I'm not for certain what it actually the peak it was at the height of the event. This is what it's currently at. There's some heavy rain, that's for sure. Temperature dropped at McKinney Airport. It was 86 earlier. Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a 22-degree drop, right? From 86 to 64, that's 22 degrees. That's definitely a noticeable drop. Half inch of rain in Melissa, temp at 62. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like that's been the going rate, about a half inch, 3/4 of an inch. Is any of this weather going to approach Montgomery or Monroe? I mean, Conroe. Conroe. That's way south. Oh, this is the new tornado warning. It's possible later. So here, yeah, this is a new tornado warning. This is actually the third one of the evening. Just in that same cell where it's showing that hook. I mean, it's still that same area. In and around just further south into Italy, into Bardville, they're into the Palmer area. This kind of an extension of the other tornado warning, but this is the third, if not fourth, one of the night in Texas. that we've seen. I know we've had at least a dozen or so in Oklahoma. This is the fourth one in Texas. So I know of at least 16 tornado warnings that I can confirm that I've talked about since I've been live on the air at 5:30. So I feel like the hail is going to hit my window. Hey, raining in Waco now, small hail. Let me swing to the south here. Oh, yeah, there's Waco. Okay, yeah, it's right on your doorstep. Look at that. It's in the city of West. It's right along the I-35 corridor. This is all pushing in from the east. So, yes, it's pouring in Waco, knocking on your doorstep. It's not technically warm, but you're really not that far south, further south from this storm. So it's 10:30, and it's hitting the Waco area as we speak. Any rotation in Quinlan? Yeah, currently, no, not right now. There's no rotation in Quinlan. Yeah, I mean, tornado warnings are definitely no good. That's for sure. Yeah, so this is the area of the tornado warning that just got issued until 11 o'clock for rotation in and around the here's the Ennis. So we got new tornado warning for Ennis, Palmer, and Garrett until 11 o'clock for a radar indicated tornado in this zone right here. In this red shaded zone, this moving at northeast at 49 miles an hour till 11 o'clock. So for the next 36 minutes, here's the cities in its path. It's going to be in Bardville at so Bardville at 10:35, Ennis at 10:42, the Alma area at 10:46, the Cottonwood area at 11:03, Gray's Prairie at 11:05, Kemp at 11:11, and Maybank at 11:18. So these are the areas that could hit with some potential, spin in the atmosphere with this radar-induced tornado currently down southward, south of the Metroplex. Oh, hey, Stephanie. Okay, so power back on. And Selina, excellent. That's great to hear. Yeah, I don't think anybody likes Tornado Alley. Big Thunder and Pegs right now. What about Palmer? Palmer's by the I-45. I know it's by Rice. Oh, there's Palmer. Yeah, so you're in that area. You're in the tornado warned area. So all the pinks here, that's not that far away. So this is the concern, right? I mean, this is always a concern when you see this on radar. That is the concern right there near Highway 34 and to Bardville. That would be your potential developing tornado right here within this little couplet. That's the area of concern. You see this? Look at that. All the reds and the greens here mixing. So that is definitely concerning right here, right along Highway 34 into 287. We're showing a lot of mixing right now within that area with that couplet that's forming in that little hook here. And there's definitely signs, and there's subtle signs of hooks. See this hook here? This hook here? This hook here? So that's why we have a tornado warning right now. All right, so that one area was allowed to expire. So that's good. These storms extend down to Kerrville. Yeah, it's been impressive, David. WFA showing 2 tornadoes in that area just came here from here. Yeah, so this would be the concern if there's a tornado here. This is definitely the area of concern. These little hooks right here, because there's definitely rotation. I mean, these mixings of greens and reds here. This is definitely the concern here, in and around this area. We see if there's any storm spotters on this. Tornado warning for Ellis County at 11 till 11 o'clock. Yeah, the National Weather Service 6 minutes ago, tornado warning. Yeah, so there's definitely indications for rotation, that's for sure. I don't have a confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground with this particular system. But yeah, we will definitely watch this area as those hooks and along that leading edge. That's the area that we have to be concerned about, because I mean it's still indicative right here. It's moved a little bit. It's not as impressive as it was. So yeah, I mean those could easily have been a quick spin up and may have touched and for a couple minutes. And so yeah, I mean the National Weather Service will do all the due diligence and do all the damage control after all this is said and done. And yeah, I would not be surprised if we've got some confirmed tornadoes out of this. We've had 4 warnings. I do know that for sure. Any updates in Roxton, Texas? Roxton. Where's Roxton? Roxton, Texas. Or Roxton. It's one city I don't know. Roxton. Okay, so Honey Grove. Where's that? Oh, Roxton. That's way up here. Pleasant. Cooper. All right, so there's Roxton. Okay, so there's Paris. Okay, so it shows Roxton's. There it is, right here. Okay, so yeah, it's not that far away. Yeah, it's by Roxton is by Honeygrove here, just south of Paris. So yeah, this leading edge is not that far away from Roxton. It's probably about 10 minutes. You could be looking at some higher wind gusts in your area, I would imagine, which it did. It did get extended. So yeah, this officially did get extended until 11:30 now. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Man, moving at 59 miles an hour. These things are still booking it, racing across. I mean, it's literally already in Greenville. So it's these storms are just rapidly accelerating. Moving, it's already in Greenville. I'm pretty impressed how fast it's moving. And heading towards getting out of the bottom area, heading towards the Paris area. And yes, they were asking about Roxton. It's going to be on your doorstep in about 10 minutes. Probably by 10:45, it should be pouring hard in Roxton, as well as Cooper into the Commerce area, as well as the Cumbie area. So all this will continue to shift and eventually into the Sulphur Springs area. So this continues till 11:30. So yes, it should be knocking on your doorstep and into the Sulphur Springs area probably right after 11 o'clock. Probably not that far after that. Hey, Anna. Yeah, Collin County. I mean, Collin County is a pretty big area. But yes, most of McKinney, Salina, Gunner, Prosper. You can see the leading edge here, Whitewright, Farmersville. Yeah. So if you live, east of there, west of there, sorry, I'm getting tired. Um, yeah, I mean you're in the clear. Yeah, so you can see we got some like sporadic showers developing back behind it, but these are real subtle. These aren't going to really amount to much as these continue to move across. But yeah, it's really nice behind the front. I mean, it's been really nice as this clears out. Most everybody got rain. Maybe it appears to be, as this is a solid line that moves across the metroplex. All right, so yes, so here's the line down to the south. There's in Killeen. It's heading towards the Georgetown area. There's the city of Round Rock. There's Barnett. There's Marble Falls. So it's technically not too far away from Round Rock. Maybe 30 minutes away. Should be pouring in Round Rock. So they're going to get hit. Not severe stuff, but at least some heavier rains will be moving through your area. And it's heading all the way down to Kerrville. I mean, gosh, looks. I mean, even San Antonio maybe even get wet out of this deal. And it may hold. Somebody asked about Conroe. It's probably going to hold. I mean, these things are probably going to hold together, but probably not be severe as these continue to push further south. And we're definitely losing a lot of the daytime heating, like we saw earlier, for sure. It's getting to be 10:30 at night. All right, so to the north, we still got tornado warnings. I mean, it's just one right after another in Oklahoma. So this is another tornado warning that goes until 11 o'clock. Looks like north of Stewart here. So the cities in its path are the Crowder at 11:01, going into what's Steeler at 11:36. So yes, another tornado warning. Looks like south of Eufaula here into the Oklahoma area. And that there's another one. There's another one that popped up, goes until 11:15, and that goes towards the Broken Arrow area. And there's Tulsa not that far away. So yeah, so things are still pretty intense in Oklahoma for sure. And is that another one? That looks like another one that also got issued that goes until 11 o'clock. Yeah, 10:45. So this one's about to expire, but this was another tornado warning that got issued in Oklahoma. So that's got to be about 20 tornado warnings now in Oklahoma, over the course of the evening. Okay. Yeah, so it's winding down for a lot of folks. I mean, considering how fast these storms are moving, um, I mean, it's only 10:40. There's no way this, thunderstorm watch is going to be needed till 2 o'clock in the morning because these things were booking it tonight. I mean, this watch goes until 2 a.m. and it's literally already into Paris. This is traveling a lot faster than what anybody had anticipated. All right, so we still got the tornado warning down south. So that goes until 11 o'clock for another 18 more minutes of just these subtle signs, right? I mean, it just continues to show these little hooks along the leading edge. So that's why they continue to have it in effect. And like at any point, you could have like a quick spin up in that type of environment right here. Joplin, Missouri. So let's go to the north. We haven't went that far north yet. Let me switch radars. Let me go further north. Okay, so here we go. All right, so the radar updated. I just switched radars and pushed it further north. All right, so now it's got it's picking up a lot of on all the heavier rains and around the Tulsa area, going into Bartsville. There's Joplin. Okay, so they asked about Joplin, Missouri. It's knocking on your door in Joplin, Missouri, as these continue to lift further northeast. So you got all this instability is kind of heading your way, right? I mean, it's all this is continuing to head your way. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings currently right now. So there's still a lot of instability in the atmosphere. 5. This is another one. Yeah, there we go. I mean, things are really starting to get active now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings in the Oklahoma area, just south of Tulsa, between McAllister and Tulsa, currently as we speak, as numerous supercell thunderstorms are developing possible tornadoes. This one goes until 11:15. This is only moving at 12 miles an hour. So it's a way different storm than what Texas saw moving at 59 miles an hour. This is only moving at 12. As these continue to lift off to the northeast. And this is heading directly towards the new Tulsa area. And there's one south into Kuwaita. And that one goes until 11:30. That one just got issued. That is another tornado warning that will continue to push further off to the northeast. And then we have another one down to the points to the south. That goes until 11:15, and this one's actually moving at 58 miles an hour. So you can see these are drastically different from another. And we have another one here by the Crowder area that's moving at 56 miles an hour till 11 o'clock. So it's still very active in Oklahoma. There's no question. All right, so let me switch back radars down back to the south. Yeah, so you can see the big swath that we're working with. I mean, it really extends, a huge chunk of real estate from. I mean, we're talking San Antonio, all the way to Tulsa, Oklahoma. this continues to rapidly develop, and continue to spread further apart. Speaking 60 miles, still about 30 miles. I tap into Arizona Weather Authority, then things get nasty here. I know this guy who does the live feeds. Looks like Austin will get something. Yeah, for sure. I think Austin will, even though technically they're not under the tornado watch. It's not severe, just nothing severe down there. But it looks like it's already in Fredericksburg. It's raining in Fredericksburg. It's about to rain in Georgetown, so Austin's not that far away. I'm not sure how much is going to rain. It's raining in Marble Falls, but yeah, you could be picking up a good, quick quarter inch, no question, quarter to half inch of rain from the system. When did I start doing the live feed? I've been on since 5:30. I started at 5:30, so I've been on over 5 hours now. (5:30 p.m.) Yeah, so I was watching it. I've been on it since really the first severe thunderstorm warning. Right when I started to go live, the one was just issued for the day in Oklahoma, and yeah, we've seen numerous ones since. I've gone through at least 20 tornado warnings in Oklahoma, and probably 4 or 5 in Texas. So we've gone over about 25 tornado warnings currently over the 5-hour span that I know of since I've been talking about it. Any updates in Leonard and Trenton? So let's go northward into the Leonard area. And there's Greenville. There's the Roxton area. Yeah, it's past Leonard. Okay, so yeah, you're done in Leonard. It should be done for the evening in Leonard, so you're safe to go to bed. Everything should be clear for the rest of the evening in the Leonard area. Hey, Jackson, I live in Indianapolis. What do you think about the severe weather tomorrow? Well, the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted a slight risk for severe weather in your area. And these are the same cells that's impacting the Tulsa area currently. They're probably not going to be as intense of what they're seeing in Oklahoma, but still, you could be seeing some of that, severe storms with the greatest threat would be your wind. Greatest threat's a wind threat. Isolated tornado threat, not out of the question. Some smaller hail associated with it. Maybe up to quarter size at times, potentially. But the main threat's going to be your wind as you get into tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening into the Indianapolis area. Oh, wow. 80 miles an hour in Oklahoma. My mom lived in Carthage when that Cat 5 hit Joplin. So scary. She was driving back home when it hit. Thanks so much for the warnings in Oklahoma. Can you please cover those too in forecast for mid and Coweta large funnel? So let's go to the north here, because it looks like things are starting to get active here in Oklahoma for sure. Okay, so all right, so here's the observed tornado potentially in and around the Coweta area. So let's see let me go to see if I can track in my storm spotters down. All right, so it looks like 55,000 people without power in North Texas. It looks like we've had 6 confirmed tornadoes in central Oklahoma this evening. That is what a meteorologist, Damon Lane, is reporting in Oklahoma City. He's reporting 6 confirmed tornadoes that have touched down in and around the Oklahoma area. I'm seeing a lot of tree damage in Carrollton from these straight line winds. Yeah, so the area concerned right now is by the Coweta area that has a potential tornado observed on the ground. So we could be looking at another tornado developing in and around that area. Okay, so I'm looking at the storm reports now. I see a 7th one in Oklahoma. So I see a 7th tornado in Oklahoma tonight. Numerous rain reports in Texas. But so far, I don't see a confirmed tornado in Texas. But these are all very preliminary numbers. You know, to be defined as a tornado outbreak is 10 tornadoes. And I mean, it looks like we could have a potential big, a big potential tornado on the ground in the Coweta area with considerable damage currently in the Coweta area. And it looks like Inola by 11:19. This developing tornado that looks to be on the ground doing considerable damage currently right now. Yeah, tornado on the ground, high school hit, Coweta high school hit, high school hit. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. These troughs are very powerful. Tornado still on the ground. Yeah, so this is indicating considerable damage with this particular tornado. That's northeast of Coweta. Looks like the high school got hit there as this continues to race across, moving north at 31 miles an hour with this observed tornado and considerable damage from this particular tornado that's going to be in around the Inola area in the next 20 minutes. So if we move this up, this would continue. Looks to be it's going to miss Tulsa. So this will continue moving towards the Pryor area with that particular tornado that's doing considerable damage right now. I'm in Paris. What are we expecting? Oh, Coweta, Angie. Coweta. I appreciate the clarification. Coweta. I am definitely getting my history lessons tonight of all my cities. I live in Peggs, Oklahoma. But yeah, it definitely appears that we're getting considerable damage with this particular tornado that's on the ground right now into the Coweta area as this storm system is continuing to lift off to the northeast at 21 miles an hour. And it might be two. I mean, there might be 2 tornadoes. There's one observed, and there's another one observed that has considerable damage. So it's a possibility we could have 2 tornadoes here. Yeah, severe tornado warning continues for Coweta until 11:30 as these storms continue to move across to the northeast. Hey, don't forget your grammar teacher. Yeah, circulation above turnpike. Thanks for the broadcast, Lisa. You're welcome. Yeah, thanks for staying with me. Just when I thought things were kind of dying down, things are starting to really ramp up in Oklahoma. And this looks to be our most significant threat of the night, um, to our north here. But down to the south by Eufaula and just to the north there, yeah, it definitely looks like there's more. Two tornado warnings, just getting radar indicated currently, but the main concern is down up here north to the Coweta area. Heavy rain in Crandall. Are we out of the tornado? Are we out of the woods yet in Crandall? Oh, Crandall. It's not ringing a bell where that's at. I know that's probably in Texas. It's down here in East Texas. Pecan, Campbell. Seagoville. Okay, I'm definitely familiar with Seagoville for sure. All right, so Crandall. It's getting tired. I've been up since 5 o'clock. As a Grand Saline. All right, so it's past. There's Rosner. There's the Crandall area right here. Yep, it definitely looks like you're done in Crandall. Combine, Seagoville. There's Crandall. All right, so you're not that far away before this is going to be coming to an end shortly, probably the next 5-10 minutes. Yes, I should be getting some sleep soon. This is actually earlier than I expected. This is at least moving further eastward than I expected, faster. I've gone through a whole thing of water, though, that's for sure. Don't know why you're doing this. I have coffee. It's not working. I'm almost done. Yes, but this is my coffee right here. So I live in southeastern Wisconsin. Should I be concerned about the storm system? Well, let me pull up the latest threat. Because I think your day's tomorrow. And it's already 11 o'clock. So the Storm Prediction Center will actually be updating this in about an hour and a half. All right. So you're in, where was I reading that? Southeastern. Oh, I lost it. Southeastern Wisconsin. Well, it was there. Someone asked, oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a lot of comments. Southeastern Wisconsin. All right. So Milwaukee is under a slight risk. La Crosse is under a slight risk. So if you're southeast, so that's by La Crosse. It would have to be by La Crosse. There's Green Bay under a slight risk. So yeah, I would definitely be concerned about severe weather tomorrow into southeastern Wisconsin for some of that, high winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, some large hail, and some an isolated tornado threat. They have a 5% chance currently. No, actually 15. It's a little greater. The tornado is 5%, hail threat is 15%, and so is the wind. So that's where that slight risk comes into play. So yeah, your main threat is going to be your wind and hail, and then an isolated tornado threat. So I'm in the clear in Grand Prairie. Yes, you are definitely in the clear in Grand Prairie. You're good. You're good to go to bed. Yeah, I went from calm, muggy temperatures to drop to horizontal rain, lightning, and wind in Quinlan. Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting this storm, that's for sure. Everybody's getting at least some of this storm, even if it lasts 30 minutes, because the squall line. Hey, Donna, it looks like it's almost done in Waco. Not quite there yet. Maybe another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I think by 11:15, it would be completely done by over Waco. So not that far away. 11:15, Donna, in Waco. You got 6 dogs, Josh? I just got done moving 6 kennels inside my storm shelter. So much work done. Wow. That's that's a haul. Good night and God bless, sunshine. Enhanced risk for Joplin, slight risk for Webb City. All right, so let me move out here. All right, so yeah, so this looks like the leading edge of this is in already in Corsicana. So that's a good sign. It's moving in Corsicana. This continues to push off to the east. I mean, yeah, earlier we were talking about Tyler at 2:00 in the morning. That's not going to happen. That's going to be closer to midnight because these things are just moving so fast. And even this watch expires to 2:00, but there's no way this is going to be past it by 2:00 for sure. Oh, did they extend it? Oh yeah, they look at that. They just extended this. This is a new tornado watch that goes on until 4:00 in the morning. So yeah, the party continues. Of course, you're talking about the whole United States. We could talk about it for 24 hours. But yeah, I mean this they extended the tornado watch until 4:00 in the morning for places into Winsboro, into Tyler, into Nacogdoches, and to Shreveport, Louisiana, and to Texarkana, going into the Queen area. So this is a brand new tornado watch that just got issued. Between now and 4:00 in the morning, you could have some max hail at up to 1 inch, wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. So really, they issued this for the wind. They really issued this for the wind. It's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So that's the current storm motion with this particular setup. But they went ahead and did in fact extend the tornado watch points eastward. Not into Houston. This is it went east because these storms are moving east. They're building south, but they're not turning severe south. They're turning severe further east. So that's why they went ahead and extended the tornado watch further into East Texas to include those areas. Yeah, it goes all the way into Shreveport. So it's a big area that they went ahead and to extend it. If you're in the moderate risk, please take immediate caution. Hey, Dr. Pepper. Yes, I've been on live actually since 5:30. So yeah, I've been on a while now. We've been talking about these storms before the before the first tornado, before the first severe thunderstorm warning got issued. And we've had seven confirmed tornadoes in Oklahoma tonight. That is per Oklahoma City meteorologist and the Storm Prediction Center with the confirmed reports. But we've had well over 20 tornado warnings, and there's probably been 4 or 5 in Texas. But now they just extended this new tornado watch into East Texas, and that goes on until 4 o'clock in the morning. So all the severe threat just continues to push further east, and it back builds down to the south, and it's knocking on the door in Round Rock. Not severe, but you should be seeing the storms before long. In the next 15 minutes, it should be pouring in Round Rock. Yeah, Dr. Pepper. Hey, thanks for joining me on here. Yeah, I mean, I like going live. It's been fun tonight, guys. And with the setup on Tuesday, it seems like I do this again for Kansas. Yeah, even for Tuesday, they have that enhanced risk for Kansas. That looks like another potential significant event in and around the Kansas area, going into West Texas and actually back into Oklahoma City again. So we'll be talking a lot of the same areas. New Boston, Texas just got a tornado box 3 minutes ago. They did? Yeah, all the tornado warnings I'm seeing is in Oklahoma. That's Oklahoma. That's Oklahoma. Yeah, there's the new tornado watch for Arkansas, Louisiana. I'm not seeing the New Boston one. Round Rock, Texas will be getting something too. Yeah, for sure. It's not that far away in Round Rock. Yeah, so we're still seeing that potential tornado that's could be still on the ground dumping significant damage in and around the Coweta area. And there's possibly 2. I mean, it looks like there's possible 2 tornadoes that could be on the ground within this area. But that goes on until 11:15, so that's expiring here shortly, and we'll see if they actually extend this or not. So light rain in Tyler, strong wind gust from the south. So let's go back into Tyler area. So there's the Tyler area. This severe thunderstorm warning extends all the way into Athens now, going to midnight. So this will probably be extended into Tyler not too far after that. NOAA started central and north central Texas till 2 a.m. I was just here, thunder, moderate rain, no signs of hail. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we've had, yeah, it looks like we've had over 20,000 people watching the live tonight, guys. And I know at the peak it got up to like maybe 2,600 that were following me at the same time. So yeah, so I greatly appreciate all the shares and watching my coverage out there. But yeah, as I was saying earlier in Oklahoma, once you get 10 tornadoes, that's actually considered a tornado outbreak. And yeah, it's not out of the question. They already have 7 confirmed tornadoes, and there's still more happening right now. This is still within the Oklahoma area, and this is going into Arkansas. But it's been a fairly significant night. We'll see how all this plays out and see how all the damage. But we're still getting a pretty strong tornado that's still indicated by the Coweta area, even currently. Okay, so they added another one. Now there's 8, which might have been this one that's already been confirmed, doing significant damage. Yeah, that's what I got so far, Garrett, is 8. And it's literally it's really soon. So that's obviously we could have a lot more after they start, doing uh investigating all the damage that's happened over the course of the evening. And it's still happening. We're still getting tornadoes. So yeah, so no question. I mean, we were under a moderate risk. The tornado indexes were high. It didn't appear like they were like all at once, but it's definitely been pretty consistent all night long with tornado warnings, consistently spattered over Oklahoma at different areas. These were expected to form southwest Oklahoma, which they did, and then race rapidly northeast. And this is where they currently are. And these will continue to move in northeast and then back build down to the south. We had 4 or 5 confirmed tornado warnings in Texas, nothing confirmed as of yet. Mainly a very high wind threat, numerous wind reports in Texas. So let's go further south now. There's Waco. Things are starting to wind down in Waco. They're getting closer and closer to Austin. They're knocking on the doorstep of Georgetown as well as Round Rock. Yeah, 8 confirmed tornadoes so far, Caitlin. There's been 8 in Oklahoma. Nothing in Texas, but 8 in Oklahoma. All right. I'm going to go get some water, guys. I'll be back in a second. So I'm back. Are you getting that weather in Round Rock yet? Yeah, probably not yet, but it's not. It's definitely not that far away. But if we zoom into Round Rock here, it's almost to Georgetown. Yeah, the software hasn't crashed on me once yet, so that's hey, I'm glad that for Brett. I was that always concerned about that. Okay, I'm in Linder and Austin. Isn't too bad. Heavy rain, but nothing crazy. Yeah, so right now, if you points to the south, you're probably just going to get some heavy rain. I mean, this is not severe. Um, this is not severe rain. There's no warnings or anything on it. It's just some light to moderate, some heavier rains at times. So you're going to get some rain, but I'm not really expecting anything big out of those areas down points to the south. Um, you have the GR too. Yeah, I've toyed around with that. I do like that. I actually have that as well. I don't use it that often, but I've really liked this the WSV3, but it does have bugs. That's for sure. It definitely has bugs. Hey Eli, find your charger. It was good chatting with you. Just a few miles from you. I'm in Willows Point. Is there any rotation? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the rotation has died down. Uh, we're not seeing nearly the rotation we've seen earlier. There's no rotation in Willows Point that you'd probably have to be concerned about. So that's a good thing. So we're just watching the leading edge of this line. They mainly have the severe threat because of the high winds. These are still packing a punch with the very high winds as these move across to the east at 59 miles an hour. You can see it's in the Paris area already and the Sulphur Springs area. So these things are rapidly moving eastward, and it really dries out back behind it. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the enhanced risk from the Severe Storm Prediction Center earlier, and they actually pushed huh. They actually pushed the enhanced risk all the way down south. Oh wow! And then they had a 45% chance. I didn't even see the latest update. They had a 45% chance in Oklahoma. Oh, and they actually lowered the hatch risk area. Hmm. And we barely even got any hail. That is interesting. Yeah, the hail did not come to fruition. That's for sure, is what they were indicating. Because they actually even intensified the hail threat even further south. Yeah, I really didn't see that big of a hail at all in Texas, technically. Everything was in Oklahoma. Hmm. Under a bit of a miss, but that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it, especially like the latest update, Brett. I mean, they even intensified the storm even more. Um, and that was obviously at 8 o'clock. That was at the 8 o'clock time frame when a lot of it was happening already. So I'm kind of surprised at that. That's Hey, you never can. You got to always be grateful when it's not nearly as intense as it could have been. But again, we still got eight. We got 8 tornadoes in Oklahoma. It's probably more after it's all said and done. But definitely not the significant hail that they were forecasting widespread. That's for sure. Every event is different. Every event is different. You never know how these are going to play out. You always have to warn for the potential and what the atmosphere is capable of. And even that tornado watch said up to 3 inches, and we didn't even come close to that. So hey, that's always a good sign. When it's definitely not as bad as it is, then hey, you can't. You got to be grateful that it definitely wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. That's for sure. So what is 1,000? 999, 1,000. What is that number? Is that likes? Is that likes on the live or something? It seems like it. It seems like that's 1,000 likes on the live. Oh yeah, likes. Okay. So 1,000 likes on the live. Cool. And a lot of times these lives get watched, well after it's over, tomorrow and the next day and a week later from now. Still streaming. Yeah, I'm still here. You dance for tomorrow. You dance with us tomorrow if we have 1,000 likes. Hey, that's a lot. That's great, y'all. I mean, that's great. I mean, got 1,000 likes out. A lot of people are watching this. I'm looking at this. We've had over 20,000 people watching it. We've had 20,000 views since I've started this. 5-6 hours ago. So, and there's still 2,400 people watching it live, even though there's 400 currently. That's actually physically watching me live, but they're watching the replay. You see, they're watching not like live coverage. They're watching the live, but not live coverage. Going for a record. Is it past Austin yet? So let's swing down to Austin. No, hadn't made it to Austin yet. But there's just not, it's not much. I mean, I'm not expecting much. This is not severe. This is just some light to moderate rain now. It's knocking on the door of Round Rock. It's about to hit Round Rock any second now. And Austin's not going to be that far away from there. So yes, you will get rain, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. I mean, you're just some light to moderate rain, maybe some heavier batches moving in. Hey, I love this channel. Seeing how POW stepped it up for the community. Much love, brother. Keep it up. Hey, you're welcome. No problem. We got around 30 minutes or more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. About 30 to 45 minutes. Hasn't hit Round Rock yet. Yeah, not too far away. As it's closing in. I mean, you're probably going to pick up a 1/4 inch, right? And you'll probably pick up a 1/4 inch out of this. Maybe up to a half, but nothing more than a half. Pal's a keeper, indeed. Great guy, content in the community. Hey, Mystic, appreciate the compliment. We appreciate all you do. I got light rain, and it's getting lighter. How's Maybank and Canton looking? So let's go to Canton. That is in East Texas. So there's Mahia. There is Athens, and there's Canton. So Canton, and it is knocking on your door in Canton. That's not that far away now. Still got a lot of pinks associated with it, so you're going to get some very heavy rain in a short amount of time. So, yeah, not too far away from Canton now. You see it update? Yeah, 5 more minutes. It should be pouring at your house. In 5 minutes. Yeah, the whole family's asleep now. I can hear them. They all went to bed. Well, in fact, the kids are up, actually. I got 2 teenagers. They don't have school tomorrow. It's like Columbus Day or something. But the wife's asleep. She's got to work. Oh, Illinois. Canton, Illinois. Well, Illinois gets hit tomorrow with the severe storms. You're under that slight risk for severe weather. And Canton, Illinois tomorrow. Are we in the clear in Paris yet? So let's head to Paris. Not 100%. You're still dealing with some heavier rain. I mean, the pink is past you, but you're not like 100% done with the rain yet. Probably another 10 minutes, and you'll be done. 11:40, 11:45. You should be done and into Paris. Oh, now you're getting some hail. Springdale, Arkansas here. We're on a watch till 2 o'clock in the morning. Awesome, Candy. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm in Missouri. Hey, Rick. How's it going? How's it looking in Springfield, Missouri? So let's head to Missouri. Everything's moving northeast. I can switch radars, but right now, currently everything's moving northeast. And let me find a radar I can tap into. There it is. All right, so the radar updated and swinging to the north. So there's Joplin. It's pouring in Joplin, Missouri. And there's Springfield. So everything's lifting northeast. So you're currently not in the tornado watch. So you're probably just outside of a lot of the heavier action. But it's not like you might not get any rain. You're just not in the favored zone, as these are lifting northeast. And it's technically, at least the bulk of it's going to be missing you. Everything just went completely quiet in Willis Point. But yeah, you can see these continue to extend and northeast over time, and that's expected. So all this is just going to continue lifting off into the northeast, into the overnight hours, and eventually get into the Chicago area and the southeastern, Wisconsin area. So there's a circulation here that lifts northeast as this circulation just pushes east. So this is going to split. These split. And then we'll watch for new development back here. This is where the new secondary low is coming out of the west coast here for Tuesday. That's going to set up the severe threat for Tuesday. So day 1, day 2. All right. So here's the severe threat for tomorrow. There's a slight risk for Illinois, into Chicago, into Fort Wayne, going into Milwaukee, and upwards to Green Bay. So all those areas is going to be under that gun for it's a higher chance for severe weather. That is in your Tuesday time frame. Monday. That's tomorrow on Monday. And then as we go into Tuesday, there's that second system that reloads out west. That's going to continue pushing in. And then we have an enhanced risk for severe weather over the Kansas area. So into Hayes and the Salina here and the McCook. Going into the Alma area, this whole area is going to be under the gun for that enhanced risk. And it could be portions of it going to be probably upgraded to a moderate risk in some of these areas. So that's definitely not out of the question. And this second system will just continue pushing off into the east. And that'll move into Oklahoma and, again, parts of Dallas-Fort Worth on Wednesday. So that'll be another severe threat coming up. And a lot of the same areas tonight going to be impacted on Wednesday again. And then finally, this will move out on Thursday. But what's interesting on Thursday is we have Pamela down here off the Eastern Pacific. That's now a storm. It's probably going to be a major hurricane, rapidly intensifying to a major hurricane. Going to be, diminishing over the mountains of Mexico, but it's going to be spreading all the moisture into central Texas and the DFW metroplex. So that's going to create a flood threat on the day on Thursday, going into Friday. So it's a very active week, and I think all this will finally clear out. But some of these convective bandings with the remnants of with Pamela here and the stalled cold front that's finally going to push through, which would be this cold front here that's currently here, that would be over the metroplex on Thursday. We're going to be sending some very heavy rain over central Texas, over DFW metroplex. Not severe. This is flooding rain. Training convective banding moves through and really clears out for the weekend. So that's what we're looking at. So that we still have another 4 or 5 days of active weather. As things are starting to be active right now. And let's see, what does Fort Smith, Arkansas look like? All right, so here's Fort Smith. These are all moving northeast. So these tornado warnings are probably going to be missing you. These are moving north of you into Fort Smith, north of Fort Smith. So you're kind of between. I mean, you're getting some rain, and I think this is pushing further. This might actually go further south as you as well. You might be in one of those things that's in between systems, in between the severe stuff, because you're kind of the dividing line. These are moving more east, northeast, and these are moving northeast. And if this doesn't hit you, then you're probably not going to get much as far as like the severe front. Just some light to moderate rain. Yeah, so it looks like there's still rotation in the atmosphere down south and around the Paris area and the Clarksville area. Yeah, there's definitely severe weather on Wednesday. It'll be over like Dallas and points to the north. There's definitely a lot of severe weather over the next 4 days. This is it's pretty active Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for sure. How much snow in Utah? uh, yeah, I mean, I went over a lot of that on my weather reports in the mornings, and I'm going to do a video tomorrow, and I'm going to be doing a video. And I'll find to the winter storm that's going to be taking place on the backside too. All right, let me switch back radars. Okay. Yeah, so this is interesting. We've got some more instability back here by Oklahoma City here. I mean, the temperatures dropped to 57 degrees, but this is some very heavy rain that's formed back behind everything and around the Oklahoma City area. Yeah, it definitely looked like some pretty significant damage in Coweta tonight from that storm, Johnny. Yeah, I think for the most part, I mean, things are kind of winding down. This is going to continue all night, guys. I mean, this is going to continue pushing across into the Metroplex. This is about 6 hours now. I've been on live. The main part is moved past Oklahoma City. It's moved past the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. This is all heading to East Texas. This, all this will continue to be severe at times with that severe, thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. And, these are all lift up to the northeast and eventually, going to Missouri and going to Illinois tomorrow. And of course, we got to watch this other system. But yeah, so I plan on doing another video tomorrow morning with another 7-day overview. So you kind of, know what to expect. And then I probably will go live again probably on Tuesday with that severe threat into Kansas. And we'll see how things turn. Tomorrow is just a slight risk as we get into Illinois and Indianapolis. Not expecting things to be too bad. But the Kansas day, I'm really concerned about that particular day on Tuesday as that powerful jet comes across, as we have to really watch for those significant storms to be setting up over the plains and getting into Oklahoma again. But yeah, guys, it's been fun. I think I'm going to sign off for the evening. I appreciate you guys watching and allow me to keep you ahead of the storm. Glad everybody is safe out there. Glad it wasn't nearly as intense as it could have been for sure. And so, yeah, I'm going to sign off for the night. I'm going to get some rest for sure. I appreciate you watching. Y'all be safe out there. And bye for now.